You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The EFNL Roadshow keeps rolling on as we transport the caravan and ourselves to the leafy domain of the Donvale Recreation Reserve for the big Division 3 1v2 clash between Donvale and Scoresby, as we come to you live broadcasting on Radio Eastern 98.1 as well as all around the world via our YouTube and Facebook streams. Donvale have been the custodians of this division for the last 3 years and once again will look to impose their dominance in this contest this afternoon. However, a new challenger in Scoresby to the throne has emerged and have made their intentions known and have put the competition on notice. After winning the Division 4 Premiership last season, they put their credentials on the line in this division against the incumbent in today's big match. We'll be joined by the respective coaches from Donvale and Scoresby, Tony Weeks and Craig McKenzie, as well as previewing all the action in the other EFNL divisions. Joining me, Wayne Brashy, as your host, the three of our most respected EFNL media analysts. And it's a warm welcome this afternoon to Media Manager Ryan Long, as well as Jared Beanland and Spider Lee. Good afternoon, gents.
G'day, Brash. Very happy to be out here. 1v2. Looking forward for this one for quite a while now. Both sides have just been phenomenal in Division 3. You knew what you were going to expect out of Donvale. Time and time again in this division, they've been the benchmark of the competition, and everyone sort of stacks themselves up against how they match up against Donvale to see where they sit. And Scoresby, I thought they'd be a final side, but if you'd told me at the start of the season they'd be 7-1, oh God, you'd take that, wouldn't you, from a Scoresby perspective, Jared? They've been outstanding.
You absolutely would, Ryan. And winter is almost upon us. We've got autumn's brought us one last hurrah. It's a beautiful day here at Donvale Reserve. And you're absolutely right. I think Scoresby, they've surprised me a little bit. You wouldn't have thought that they have had just the one loss at this point in the division so far. Donvale, they're the benchmark. They're the top team, and it's champions versus contenders today. Spider.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. Great to be here. When I came in here at Donvale earlier this afternoon, I thought I was at the wrong venue when I saw cricket being played on the other oval. Obviously, the timing of the season's a little bit out of kilter, but no, really looking forward to the game in prospect this afternoon. And as you both alluded to, look at Donvale, they've been the team that's really set the benchmark over the last couple of seasons, and fell short last year at the final hurdle against Surrey Park. And Scoresby, you've got to hand it to them. They've come up a division and they've really taken all before them so far during the first part of the season, and they are a real challenger and contender in this division. They are really playing some good footy, and they're going to take some stopping here this afternoon.
While we wait for the coaches to come on, gents, we're going to start the preview right now and go through the games. We're going to start in Premier Division as we do every week, and first game up for discussion, and we're going to probably try and go through this relatively quickly this afternoon. South Croydon are at home to Berwick. Berwick on finally get their win. They travel to South Croydon. Can they make it number 2?
I think so. Brash, I really do. I think last week Berwick, amazing win, really. I mean, I had just had a bit of a feeling that when you had to tip a roughie last week, they were just the perfect candidate, and they delivered in spades. I heard you talk to Andrew Williams last week on the recovery program, and I just thought that some of the comments that he made, what they're trying to do from a defensive point of view, but then trying to turn that into scores, but then just their general development as a playing group and as a young playing group, that's really going to be the benefit for them going forward. And I think they can really follow through on that again this afternoon against the South Croydon team that really, it felt like they just fell over the line last week and just got enough of it done without being spectacular. Like they still are missing some key components of their team. So the challenge is going to be there for them once again this afternoon. But I think Berwick will be able to frustrate them defensively and still be able to put some scoreboard pressure on. So I think they're well served in the midfield as well. So I think this game will go down to the wire, but I think Berwick might find themselves on the right end of the ledger.
Jared?
There's a lot of positive feeling around Berwick this year, and I think they're quite realistic about where they're at within Premier Division. Of course, they're battling the potential for relegation. I'm starting to believe that they'll stick around for at least another year, and they're in a good spot in terms of like the young kids. They're developing. They're able to reduce the margins in certain games against top teams, and I really admire the attitude that Berwick seem to be taking to each game by game. South Croydon, I'm a little bit worried about them in this game. I think Berwick might actually be able to come over the top. It's a fascinating one though, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Berwick off not just last week's win, but their form leading up to it, and I don't think they're going to win by much. I think obviously with the way they play, they're not a high-scoring side. They're not going to probably kick away from South Croydon, and South Croydon get a bit of confidence after last week's win as well. And at home, I still think they're going to be very, very competitive and have a big chance. But just leaning off what we've seen from Berwick, I think their form's been a little bit more consistent. And some of their top players, Williamson, Van Ooswich, both have been really, really solid. And just leaning towards Berwick, a close one. I don't think there's going to be much in it.
Well, I'm going to go against all you gents. I'm going to go with South Croydon.
Why? Why, Brash? Why would you go with South Croydon? What's driving that thought process? How do you think they're going to get over the line today?
Oh, I just think that the experience of playing in Premier Division was what got them over the line last week against a very plucky Mitchum. And I just think that when the chips are really down, I just sort of feel that South Croydon will be able to dig a little bit deeper, Spider. I just think they've just got enough on Berwick. I'm like you. Let's just say, if this game had been played at Berwick, I would have tipped Berwick. But I think that South Croydon at home are a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, and it's a big challenge for them to go away over to South Croydon, Berwick, and they've got to really, they've got to put that consecutive performance together. So that is a huge challenge, and you could be right there. And South Croydon, look, they just need to put a couple of wins together just to keep the Wolves at bay, because obviously they find themselves at that end of the ladder currently. So they've really got to try and get their season moving in a direction where they can get themselves out of the relegation zone.
And the only other factor that they took into play was the fact that whilst I was happy with the way Berwick's back line is starting to progress, I just don't think that their forward line is matching the rest of that team yet.
But South Croydon are leaking goals too.
Yeah, I know. But I'm taking them on trust, South Croydon. I mean, look, they're having a bad run, but they're not a bad side. So
and Connor Smith also back from VFL this week too, which is a very handy inclusion.
Blackburn have got to put last week's heavy loss against East Ringwood behind them this afternoon, because they're coming up against Mitchum, who are knocking on the door. And this is not a game that Blackburn can afford to lose, Ryan.
It's not, and it is. I guess you can call it a banana peel type game. I still think Blackburn should win this comfortably.
Well, they should.
And you look at the sides on paper again. Mitchum, I mean, they've got 8 or 9, potentially 10 guys that are around that 19-year-old mark running out in the field. And when you're playing in a Premier Division competition against experienced sides and teams like Blackburn, you really are going to find it difficult.
Quality midfield, Ryan's going to be the difference in this game, and it's just whether they can really get on top in that area. But also the component of Mitchum at the moment, they're just not kicking big enough scores, and this lacking key targets at both ends of the grounds. They're lacking the forwards, but they're also got an issue down back where they just haven't got that key defender that can really stop Blackburn's forward line at the moment.
It'd be handy to have Josh May in. And
sure.
have him on a consistent basis, but unfortunately not. So, I agree. Blackburn for me.
Yeah, and a big week for Blackburn too, with Cooper Trenbath getting picked up by North Melbourne. And once again, we congratulate Cooper on being drafted to North Melbourne, and I'm sure he'll get an opportunity at the AFL level soon. And Park Orchard should be commended too, because that's where he started his junior football as well.
All right, gents. The Vermont Football Club, after a 42-point win over East Ringwood last week, and probably left a lot of goals on the park last week, they come up a rampaging East Ringwood, who's clinically took apart Blackburn last week by over 70 points. It's at Vermont, but with key outs for Vermont at the moment, they look really undermanned against East Ringwood side that look absolutely in terrific form. And look, I normally don't tip Vermont to lose by big margins, but I'm thinking it could be near 50 points today, based on what East Ringwood did to Blackburn last week.
Well, quality, boys, isn't it? Really, I mean, look at that midfield. It's just gonna. You look at like Vermont's midfield set up today. It's sort of Greenwood. It's going to be a very young operation going through that midfield setup. I mean, East Ringwood very experienced, very physical, very clean with ball in hand, both hand and foot. It's going to be a big task for Vermont. I just don't think they're going to be able, and defensively, I just don't think they're going to be able to stop that East Ringwood forward line that is teaming very well together and kicking some big scores.
I would dare say that James Ross will probably have the big job on Fox this afternoon, and I think this is going to be this will probably, if Ross can lower Fox's colours, it may not actually be enough to stem the flow.
I don't think so. They've got too many options. McLean kicked 4 goals last week. Also, so did Weatherill. They've got so many options.
Bernal back into the team.
Yeah, back in. You shut down one. You've got similar to what Donvale have got out here.
And then you got Toby and Bielo that are basically putting together 60, 70 possessions between them a week. They're controlling the inside and the outside of the football in that midfield.
Brush. I'm afraid that I'm worried that this might be a big margin.
It could be.
One of those I'm thinking round 2 or 3 a couple of years ago, that 90 point.
But how do you coach that today, Brush? I mean, if you're Vermont, what's the approach? I mean, like, is it numbers behind the ball?
No.
Or do you just go out aggressive and go, we've got to try to take the game on, and if we go down by a margin, that's what happens?
Vermont are going to play their game. They're just, look, at the end of the day, it's like damned or be damned. Just go out there and play the game on its merits and just see, and if you have to, turn it into a man-on-man contest and just hope that you can beat your opponent. But if they try and play a game that is foreign to them, they'll get wiped off the park. I reckon this is a banana peel game today for Rowville. They're taking on Doncaster East down at Seabeck. Rowville coming off a very surprise loss, but however, it wasn't a surprise to many pundits last week. They were undermanned, but with Brolick coming back into the side this week, that gives that midfield once again some real starch. Doncaster East, they don't win out of turn, but they're still struggling to beat those top 3 or 4 sides to solidify their credentials as a top 2 or 3 side that can challenge for the premiership this year, gents.
Yeah, I agree. Got to take a scalp eventually. Brolick coming in really helps Rowville, and particularly without DeLuca in that midfield for Doncaster East. I think that's an area they can get on top this afternoon. But as you said, I mean, they're performing against these top sides a lot better than what they did last year. They were struggling and copping some big beltings. This year, Doncaster East, they seem to keep with teams of maybe 2 or 3 quarters, but haven't had a full 4-quarter performance against one of the top 5 sides. So an opportunity, Jay, they've got to take it and look at this as an exciting one to try and pinch 4 points from a good side in Rowville who aren't in the best of form right now.
Yeah, Brolick's one player, but he's only just coming back into the senior lineup, so it's going to be questionable as to what. Obviously, he's a professional, so if there's anyone who's going to have a good game off of a few weeks break, it would be him. But there's always going to be that question mark over, how, whether or not he's a little underdone. And with the rest of Rowville's team being a little bit threadbare in terms of the names that we're used to seeing, it is an opportunity for the Lions. And I think it would be a big disappointment for Ryan James and his team if they don't take it.
Well, they just need to kick a big score today, Doncaster East. When the ball goes forward, they need to have O'Brien, Shackey, Rankin, etc. They all need to step up when it's their turn, and they need to step it up. But I think for Rowville, the big challenge for them defensively is can they stop that system, and can they have that system in place? And then midfield as well. Can they win stoppage against the Doncaster East team, which is quite good? So it's a big challenge for them. I'm leaning towards Rowville just because it's at home. I think if it was the other way around, I'd probably be almost going for Doncaster East, but I think this one might be the closest game of the afternoon.
All right, gents. Yeah, I'm still tipping Rowville. I still think they've got enough street cred, especially down at Seabeck. I think they can get the job done, but they'll want to be on their guard, and I think they'll probably only win by a couple of goals at best. Let's move into Division 1 with Thorburn and Noble Park playing next weekend in the King's birthday. Division 1 for mine this week, gentlemen, looks pretty... the results look like they expose themselves pretty...
straightforward,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Oh, quickly,
Where's
just
the
before,
upset? Oh, sorry.
Just before, the Oracle has got...
how's the Oracle going? Did he send you that email, Brash? Did he get on the email this week, the Oracle?
Yeah, he did. He's asked, actually, I'll talk... I've got a... the Oracle has got has asked myself to put together a article from who, statistically speaking, is the best side in Premier League. So I've dug back to the six years since Premier League has been done, and I've collated the figures, and there'll be an article coming out in the next week or so.
Who would be your guest, Spider? Who's been the best statistically?
Gee, you'd have to... Oh, look, you'd almost say that Rowville would almost nearly stack up there, man.
They had a poor 21, 22.
Well, that's the only question mark.
There's only 6 sides that qualify, because one of the qualifications is you have to have played...
Would Baldwin be that side? Would Baldwin be that
I
side?
think so.
Yeah.
All right, quickly, the Oracle from Div 1's got South Croydon 61, Berwick 46. An upset here, Blackburn 60, Mitchum 65. I don't see that happening.
No.
Vermont 49, East Ringwood 105. I could see that happening. Rowville 49, Doncaster East 69. Yeah, you could see that sort of scoreline, but maybe the opposite was right. Let's move on to Div 1, and as I said, I think the results sort of stand for themselves this week. Beaconsfield taking on Bayswater, and Bayswater at the moment, they can't take a trick. They've only kicked 33 points in their last 2 games. Offensively, they're looking potent, and I can't see them kicking a score against a Beaconsfield side that is very, very workmanlike and just seem to constantly get the job done, boys.
Defensively, very strong Beaconsfield, Jared. This has got a makings of a very one-sided contest, I think.
There's a chance, a non-zero chance that Beaconsfield could hold Bayswater goalless this weekend. Honestly, I think that's speaking more perhaps about Beaconsfield than about Bayswater, but just with the gap of quality of both of these teams and the defensive nature of Beaconsfield, I'm worried about this score becoming ugly.
Yeah, this could be quite a substantial margin for my liking. And yeah, Mick Fogarty, he just drives his team and loves this situation when he gets a team that he can really have a big win against. He'll be firing them up, and he'll want a big percentage boost today, but he wants to put his process in place because they've got a big few games coming up in the not too distant future. So it's all about team structure today for them.
At the moment, South Belgrave are just they're playing
world beaters.
They are playing some fantastic football at the moment. They take on a Mooroolbark side who are really, once again, they're struggling. They have good weeks and their bad weeks. Their consistency is really hurting. And when Mooroolbark don't put their best side on the park, they're getting beaten quite handsomely every week, gents.
Yeah, I agree. Noonan coming back certainly helps. They missed him last week against Montrose, but again, saying that, even with him into the side, that we looked at the lineup yesterday, Spider and Jared, and there are stars on every single line. Tyrese Lou cuts back into the team last week, coming back from a long-term injury. Their forwards all clicking. Again, similar to they're going to put on a big score, and I don't think any side this season has been able to keep with them for 4 quarters. So, again, I think South Belgrave, impossible to tip against at the moment.
With the quality that they've got at their disposal, you just can't see them seizing dropping this opportunity. And look, Tucker is just having such a great year. He's just been such an important player. We know what Mitch and Damien Garner do for them as well, and Taylor. Look, they're quality players in their own right, but I actually think Tucker has been a really good recruit for him. And Luke Dunstan playing some really good footy after coming back from some pretty serious injuries. So it's good to see him playing some good footy as well.
Jared?
Oh, look, South Belgrave, they're playing like a Premier Div side at this point, and it's going to be a hard one for Mooroolbark to take. So, South Belgrave easily.
Probably an injury-depleted Boronia at the moment take on Norwood this afternoon down at Miller Park, but at the moment, Boronia, even with the side that they've got at the moment, I think still will cause too many headaches for Norwood this afternoon. Just an interesting stat last week against Park Orchards. Boronia had 124 more disposals than what Park Orchards did, and they still lost the game by 18 points. And I sat back and I was looking about it and thinking, have they got it the wrong way? The stats the wrong way around?
No, that's a good point.
Because it's an amazing stat that your side can have over 120 more disposals, yet they still lose. But I think once again today...
But I think that reflects Park Orchards.
Yeah,
actually.
well,
I think that is why they are such a quality team. When they get the ball in hand, they are so efficient.
That's
and
right.
they punish you on turnover, and that's what happened last week. You go back and watch that vision. They were really working them over last week. Park Orchards put a lot of pressure on, and I don't think they'd seen as much pressure of that Boronia for a very long time.
No.
So I think you've got to compliment Park Orchards on the way that they moved that footy last week, and Boronia, they've got a bit of work to do. But as we discussed yesterday, just finding out and searching what they've got to do to try and get that key forward target, because I'm just not sure that Robertson's the answer potentially at this level.
But at the end of the day, they should be good enough to put the 4 points on.
Yeah, they should be. Yeah, definitely.
And finally, North Ringwood coming off the bye. They were flirting with their form before the bye. Now they're coming off the bye. What are we going to expect from them this afternoon? Because Montrose, since they've come off the bye, they've improved slightly, and they've taken they've had a couple of confidence building wins against Norwood and Mooroolbark, and that probably sets them in good tone this afternoon for a 3 in a row victory against North Ringwood. Can anyone make the case for North Ringwood, or are they still at that stage where you've got to take them on trust?
I'm not sure about North Ringwood this season, honestly. They just need to find a bit more of a scoring. They need to find more efficiency when they go forward and have more options as well. There's no specific player or pair of players or anything like that I would say I'm relying on to be able to kick a winning score for North Ringwood. As I mentioned on the podcast yesterday, you've got Patterson with 9 goals for the year, Stubbs with 8, and then the list just kind of falls off from there, unfortunately, for the Saints. Montrose, I think they're just going to be able to kick a winning score against them, and while I'm not... their defence is going to line up really well against North Ringwood's forward line also. And while the way they move the ball, Montrose isn't necessarily the most attractive way of moving the ball, just kick down the line and rely on height, or at least that's what we saw against Park Orchards. It can be efficient, and they can keep the ball off of the Saints.
Yeah, they're just struggling to move the ball, North Ringwood, and efficiently, and then they're struggling to score, and the evidence is there statistically with the goal kickers that you've just alluded to. So, Montrose will win this game. I think their midfield will really go to work this afternoon. They've been in some pretty good form over the last few weeks, so I expect them to get the win pretty comfortably.
Blake's standing outside the van as if he's got a gun to our head to make sure we tip Montrose and speak very
did
positively
you know that was the guarantee of me getting a lift here to Donvale?
Oh, you had to speak positive about the Demons. I think they're going to make it 3 in a row. I think they've been quite consistent, and we haven't seen enough at North Ringwood just yet.
I agree. I think Montrose win by about 40 points. I think that's a nice margin.
It's been disappointing though for North Ringwood. They just haven't shown the improvement that we thought we were going to get early in the season, because we all had those hopes that they'd be that improved side, but they just haven't delivered yet under Matt Price. But I think it's a work in progress.
Could be a second half of the year build up. Yeah. We'll see. But it could start today.
All right, Oracle's got Beaconsfield 75, Bayswater 33, South Belgrave 113, Mooroolbark 40. I could see something like that. I don't think this scoreline will stand though. Boronia 52, Norwood 44. I expect Boronia will score a few more than that. And Montrose 101, North Ringwood 67, which I think is around the mark.
Yep.
All right, now we've done Premier and Div 1. Let's go to the problem child in Division 2.
It has been difficult.
And it is a problem child because you just don't know which side's going to turn up, which way can win. All right, so Central Reserve this afternoon sees Waverley Blues at home to Surrey Park. And one thing we can say about Surrey Park is their away form this year has been exceptional. And once again, I don't think Central Reserve's going to have any sort of problems for them.
Well, they like big grounds, Brush.
Yeah,
they do play well. Their ball movement seems to flow when they do play on the bigger, expansive grounds. They can really express themselves, and I think they're really going to be able to put some scoreboard pressure on today. Waverley Blues, their biggest problem at times has been turnover game. Once they turn the ball over, they just concede scores pretty easily, and they've struggled to kick some big scores. When they do look okay, Waverley, they're as good as anyone going around, but it's when they play against some quality opposition, they can be brought undone, particularly against teams that do move the ball quite steadily and quite fast.
I think I can relate Waverley Blues to North Ringwood a little bit in terms of it's a new coach. It's a different game style that he's bringing than what the Blues have been used to for the past 3-4 years. The list is relatively similar. So
and Sam's doing good. Sam Bates is doing a really good job.
He absolutely is. But the list being relatively similar, perhaps that's taking a little bit of time for the players to internalise the game plan. But we did see it against Mulgrave. We did see the upsides of it, and while they did get hurt and turnover and concede quite a large score against the Lions, their front half game was able to work out at certain periods during the match.
They need Williamson back in that side.
They do, though.
It hurts having him out, and they've had a few out, so it's not ideal for the side, but on form, you're tipping Surrey Park on this.
Yeah,
Sorry. Yep.
Sorry for mine. Well, Heathmont got their first win last week, and it was a surprise win to many. This week they host Lilydale at HE Park this afternoon. Lilydale at the moment, injuries, they are racked with injuries, and their form has dipped accordingly. This is a gilt-edged opportunity for Heathmont to get another win and get their season a little bit back on track. Anyone disagree with me on here?
I think Heathmont will go into this game feeling good about themselves and in that playing at home, and that they can get the victory, get some of that momentum that they've been searching for. Lilydale, look, they have been struggling. A lot of injuries to date so far, so they're looking to get a few blokes back in the not-too-distant future, whether that's today or in the coming weeks, just so they can be a bit more competitive and score a little bit more. They're just not scoring enough, but conceding at the other end. So that's been a bit of a problem. And their midfield game has struggled at times.
First time this afternoon and first time this season we've had Donvale on the radio game, and it's a warm welcome to their coach, Tony Weeks. Good afternoon, Tony.
Afternoon, guys. Thanks for having us.
Tony, it sort of feels like it's a sense of deja vu for Donvale at the moment. They've started the season in exceptional form again, and today there's a real challenge in front of you with Scoresby, who have announced themselves in this division this year.
Yeah, they've done really well so far. We've been watching from a distance, so today we get a good look up close.
I just want to cast your game. I've looked at most of your games on the tape, and I looked at that Sylvan game where you went down by a point. Was there anything in that game that the playing group showed you that they hadn't showed you in the other 6 or 7 games?
It's probably more a mental thing. Last year we only beat them by 13 points up there. Really struggled, and we allowed them to kick over 100 points there last year as well. So I think it's like the Fair Park ground. Clubs struggle to play at Fair Park on the smaller ground, and our guys really struggle for some reason. And I think they almost talked themselves out of it before we even get there.
And some of those, obviously having a look, and the depth has been fantastic with the reserves over the last few years, and you've got guys coming in who just play the role, and with some of those players out, James Rouser not on the side, Zach Hager late out, you've got that confidence knowing that whoever's going to fill that role, despite them being big names out of the side, they're going to come in and perform their role.
It's a bit of a cliche, one out, one in sort of thing, but you got to trust the guys who you're bringing in to do the job. They've been knocking on the door for 4 or 5 weeks, some of these guys, and we bring them in like Harry Ablett today. He gets his opportunity. Been playing really well the last few weeks, so he gets his opportunity.
We've seen.
Go on.
We've seen Donvale quite a few times over the years, and a lot of the names that I'm looking at down the list very familiar. There's one that stands out to me that I remember for having played for Doncaster is Jonathan Varthakos.
Yep.
And I just wondered what he is bringing to the table, say at training, at games, the experience from higher divisions.
Look, with Rouser out, he's been really important to us. He's more an inside mid, so he gets his hands on the footy and he feeds it out to the guys on the outside really quickly. So that's been really important because, we're missing Rouser, obviously. And with Chris Tadd in there as well, so we've got the two of them trying to fill James's role. So he's been really handy that way.
Tony, good luck this afternoon. It promises to be a cracking game, and really looking forward to seeing how you shape up. From your coaching perspective, how have you read the start to the season? Obviously, you've come in as senior coach, a bit of a change after Kevin's been at the helm for such a long period of time. How's the transition been, and how's it been received by the players? And have you tried to lay any different sort of approach and layers to the team to improve the team's general performance?
Look, working with Colo last year was obviously, helpful. got to know the players, got to know their strengths and weaknesses. But this year we've probably placed a bit more emphasis on pressure.
Yep.
You don't have to watch the AFL these days and the pressure ratings and all that stuff they go on about. And anyone can do it. It's just a mindset. So we try to instill in the guys that we can force turnovers in our front half. Makes it easier for our back six. So that's probably the main difference. We've got Murph and Beef up forward. We've had Lukey Mariner playing there for the first 7 games. He's gone back to the 19s this week. But everything else is pretty much the same.
And that's the thing. It's always a challenge too when a new voice comes in and you want to try and put your own imprimatur on the team. Have you had to? What sort of support from the leadership? Players. What have they sort of said to you about coming on into the role? And I suppose for you, what was the selling point for you to step up into the role?
There's probably no real selling point.
Was there something that really you said, I'm going to take this? This is a real opportunity for me, or did you do it more out of love for the club, or that you had that connection so common to the place?
Well, Colo had this grand idea of the handover sort of thing, and we know how well that goes at some clubs. But look, coming back to the club you've sort of played at most of your career, it's been really good. A lot of the old barflies and that guys I used to play with.
They're still here.
That's right.
They don't go home.
You can't get them out. So, but that's probably been the biggest selling point for me. Just coming back, helping out the club. It's a different set of eyes, different perspective. I haven't been here for 20 odd years, so it's it's refreshing to come back and a different voice. Colo for 5 years. It's probably time for a change.
And the match day preparation, the key messages for today, when you go back after this interview and have a chat to the team, what are some of the 3 fundamental things that you really want to get across, to take on this Scoresby outfit who have been really impressive?
Well, we've actually had our chat already.
Yeah,
so,
that's okay, but it's a reinforcement.
Obviously, Adam Amin up forward, 32 goals he's kicked so far this year.
Yep.
If we can limit, if he only kicks 5, he's had a bad day, I think the saying goes.
Yeah.
So we can keep him under 5, it's sort of going to go a long way. But it's how it gets there. They got good ball. Yeah, they got good ball users, and they
spread too, don't they? You got to close
spread, move it. They see it, they go for it. They back their skills. So that's what we got to be aware of.
Yeah, well, they had 401 disposals in that game last week when 6 of their players got over 25 possessions. So that's something that you're going to really have to keep an eye on this afternoon.
I mean, we're happy for them to chip it around in our forward line as much as they like, but we just can't afford to allow them to get it in our back half.
Yeah. Well, Tony, once again, thank you very much for coming and joining us on EFNL Game Day, and thank you, and I look forward to once again talking to you throughout the season, and good luck to Donvale this afternoon in their big clash.
All right, thanks guys.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Weeks, the coach of Donvale, always good with his time.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to speak to someone that we haven't spoken to for a long time. And I remember Tony playing, and he's been a big part of Donvale Footy Club for a very long time. It's great to see him back around the place and true legend of their footy club, and now at the helm coaching and hopefully taking them to bigger and better places.
Yeah, our second coach will be joining us very shortly, and Craig McKenzie. He'll be coming in and joining us to give us the Scoresby perspective of this afternoon's clash against Donvale, and it's a 1v2 clash, and obviously to a lot of people this afternoon before Craig talks to us, you'd say for Scoresby, it's a free hit, wouldn't you?
Well, it is.
You absolutely would.
Absolutely it is.
And speak of the devil,
He's here.
The man himself has just appeared.
G'day.
Good afternoon to Craig McKenzie, coach of Scoresby. Good afternoon, Craig.
Hello all, how are we?
Very well, thank you. You certainly made your intentions felt in this division this year after winning the flag last year. Have you been surprised by the rise of this team from last year?
I wouldn't say surprised, but there was a lot of unknown, that's for sure, because coming into a new division, we're just trying to find our feet early and trying to work it out. But certainly from the way the groups conducted themselves, not surprised at all. We're a group that gets to work and constantly works hard. So these guys reflect after every game, and even the Basin loss, that hit us hard. We reflected really hard and why that happened, rather than just sort of sulking. We get on with it. So that's why I'm not too surprised. But at the same time, was unknown.
Just having a look at some of your stats, you're averaging around 330 disposals for the season so far. So you're pretty much a high disposal side. You had 401 last week against Sylvan. So it seems like to me that it's a high. You like to keep the ball and try and deny the opposition any access to the ball. Is that one of the keys that you think you're going to have to use this afternoon?
I think one of the important things for us is when we get an opportunity to get our hands on the ball, we've got to maximise that opportunity. So we've worked really hard on our cleanliness, and rather than fumbling and trying to make a reactive decision, we're actually very purposeful in the way that we use the ball. And I think that's where the possessions creep up, because we're able to then link up much better and more effectively that way. And yeah, I'd say the same. Donvale, obviously, same sort of deal. They use the ball really well and they transition really well. So we've got to make sure not only do we squeeze that out of them and defend it, but then we capitalise on it the way back with some cleanliness rather than just sort of hoping for the best.
Great to have you on in the pre-game, and of course 1v2, the boys must get pretty excited, and you yourself as well, and look forward to one of these games where you are playing a side who has been the benchmark in this division for now 3 to 4 years.
This is why you play, don't you?
Yeah.
This sort of stuff. It's exciting. I've had that many players say to me how excited they are for today, which obviously I love to hear, because they're not shying away from the fact that it's a big game. But at the same time, there's a bigger picture at play here, and we're just going to learn no matter what. I said to the players in the meeting just then, we win today, we learn hard. We lose today, we learn hard. No matter what, we learn. And that's not setting them up for failure. It's not setting them up for success. It's really just the fact that we get to work, do our thing, and if it doesn't work, we reflect. If it does work, why did it work, and what can we build on? So, we're excited.
Absolutely, and there is the possibility you could play them 4 times during a season, with obviously finals ahead. But having a look at their lineup, and they've had a couple of changes, but their forward line has been so dangerous with guys like Duncan and Murphy, and then their small forwards really contribute. Who are the main guys down back that you're looking at to have a big afternoon to be able to stop some of those names?
Yeah, our back line hasn't changed for the majority of the year, actually. It's been pretty same. So Moomin Amin is obviously a key defender, and he's had a really solid year. The good thing about Moomin is he's not just a lockdown defender, he's a possession winner as well. So he's been averaging up over 20 possessions a game as a fullback. So so he's quite dangerous. And then with the likes of Daniel Byer, Tristan Brunning, we've got Bailey Marshall down there. So they're a combination of talls and smalls that will do their work, and we'll see Toby Richards. There might be a 1v1 battle down there, 2 number ones going at it, because he'd possibly go to someone like Tommy Tout, if not Giles. It depends on who's playing where. But we back our back line in to do the job, but we also back in our midfield to support them as much as possible as well.
Great to speak to you again. Looking at the team list, Matty Traynor is one that obviously a big get in one of the biggest gets in Division 3, of course. What's he added to the club since coming down from the higher divisions?
Matty's a very considered sort of player. He's very thoughtful in the way that he goes about his business. So he's got a level temperament. He obviously knows how to play footy, but in more recent weeks we've seen him start to really direct traffic out there, and I've been encouraging him to do that time and time again. The beauty of having someone who's played a higher brand of footy and also just success at a higher brand of footy is that we don't want them to fall back into the habits of that can be poor habits in the lower division. We want them to bring in the good habits and educate. So he's been really great at educating, and he's also slotted in beautifully. Boys love him, and he's been great.
And I suppose speaking also about the education of the younger blokes, obviously you've put a lot of time into building up the structure of the club from the grassroots level as under-19s, perhaps the biggest success from looking from the outside in. How is that sort of manifested for the senior side on the field this year? Have there been a couple of kids that have been playing pretty consistent footy for you guys in the senior level that have benefited from that sort of structure? Yeah,
so you'll see Tyler Rumpf out there today. He's a bottom age under-19s player, and he's played majority with us this season. He barely missed a pre-season training. He's one of those kids who seems quiet, but he's got a bit of confidence in there, and he's been going through our midfield, so we're not shying away. We're not bringing him in to play a lesser position. He's right in amongst it, because that's what he's there for, and he's got a lot of talent. And then with him quite a few of his mates are starting to train with us more regularly now. They transitioned from their training into our training. We were together initially, all together, but just 2 under-19s and the senior side on Scoresby doesn't quite fit too well. So we we just manage it a bit better that way. But the fact that they're training with us means they're really engaged and loving what they're doing.
Great, good luck this afternoon. Really looking forward to watching you play for the first time live this season. When I've watched some vision of you so far this season, what's really impressed me is your intensity around the ball, but also your composure. But I think you've matured as a side, and I think that's a real credit to us all when they do come up, because you can come into a new division and you can sort of go, okay, what have we got to do? But it seems like you've just taken it on seamlessly and really continued to develop, but you've always had that good composure in games, and I think your intensity has been a real reflection of that as well.
Yeah, Spider, I think one thing that I have tried to make sure that is very clear across the club is that our values are really high, and the way not only myself but the other coaches conduct ourselves has to transfer into the way the players conduct themselves as well. Sylvan last week, you can almost see, if you have a look at the scoreboard in the second quarter, we didn't have a great quarter, and I knew I wasn't at my best. I knew I was starting to get frustrated, and I knew that I was starting to pace a bit more than I usually pace and whatnot. And I even reflected and I said, collectively, I feel like I was transferring my tension onto you guys. And the best thing about it is that they all said, let's take 2 minutes to calm ourselves down, reflect. And all we did after that was pump each other up and realise what we're here for and what we do. And that's the maturity part where we can actually, flick that switch really quickly and say, we've got to change what we're doing here. And we not only did we change, but we also just started playing that exciting brand of footy that we hold true to our, core values.
It's embracing the challenge, isn't it? I mean, you only have to look at, not too dissimilar to what Collingwood do, the way that they play, and Craig McRae, the way he goes about his coaching. And you sort of can look at other people and go, well, there's those little things that you can take away, those little nuggets, and you go, well, if we can reflect something like that, then that's going to make us a better team when the challenges are there. Like if a team does kick 2 or 3 against us, or a team does have a momentum for 10 minutes in a game and we're frustrated, we've turned the ball over a few times. So I think that's really important.
Yeah, I think so too. It's very empowering. The players feel empowered and they feel like they don't have to be scared to take a risk that we've trained for, but it's calculated. And if they sit back in their shell a little bit, then we're never going to get anywhere.
Well, Craig, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. We had you on EFNL Sunday and we loved chatting to you, but it was even better you coming on and being on air and chatting with us today, giving us great insight about the Scoresby Football Club. Good luck to you this afternoon, and hopefully at 5 o'clock this afternoon, Scoresby have won the game.
Fingers crossed, Dave.
Well, it's the magpie off. So.
That's right. Nah, thanks very much, guys. I appreciate everything you're doing and appreciate you having me on. Good luck.
Thanks, great.
Cheers,
Craig.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Coach of Scoresby, Craig McKenzie. We're going to take our first break here on Radio Eastern 98.1, streaming live all around the world via YouTube and Facebook. It's Scoresby versus Donvale here at Donvale Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about
in round one. They'll take confidence out of that. But they're playing at Warrandyte, and I don't think Warrandyte will be in all that good a nick at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is a hard one to tip, actually.
Yeah,
I've gone for Warrandyte back on their own home deck.
Yeah,
because
same.
I thought they were competitive in that round one game and probably at stages looked like they were going to finish out as the winners, but left a few goals on the table and then let the door open for Ball and Templestowe. So for them, they've got to probably find the scoreboard a little bit more, make the most of their opportunities, but just leaning towards Warrandyte.
Yeah, and Warrandyte can close down the space against Ball and Temp, who do like to run, express themselves. And they did in that round one game on the big ground of Tedajani. So this time on the flip side of that, Warrandyte get to play on their home ground. And if they can get the game on their terms, they might be able to find a way to get over the line.
Absolutely. I think Warrandyte will probably be in ascendancy here on their home deck, honestly.
I'm going to go Ball and Temp. I think they're playing well enough to beat Warrandyte. Oracle has Croydon North 61, Churnside 86, Kilsyth 70, Forest Hill 55, Warrandyte 56, Ball Temp 84. Well, gentlemen, that's pre-match done and dusted. When we return from the break, the call team will assemble and we'll bring you the big clash between Donvale versus Scoresby, and it's coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world via YouTube and Facebook.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round out at Donvale Reserve. Donvale taking on Scoresby 1v2 in Division 3. It is round 8 of the competition. And we are looking forward to this big clash. The two heavyweights of this division. I'm Ryan Long and sitting alongside Blake Tennant for the first time this afternoon. Great to have you on board, Blake.
Yeah, good to be here. 1v2 games. Always a pleasure coming down to Donvale. We've seen a lot of Donvale lately, and let's just see how good they are. And Scoresby, what a rise they've had from winning the premiership last year. In Division 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we spoke to both senior coaches in the pre-game and heard from them. And Donvale, it's been deja vu. It's the same start to the season they've had each year. They've just proved themselves as what is the benchmark of the competition. But Scoresby are one of those sides, similar to Surrey Park last year, who look like they could be a main challenger for the flag. Wayne Brasher in the special comments chair, hosting pre-game this afternoon, and it's a warm welcome to you and a big afternoon ahead.
Yeah, it is, and thank you, Ryan. It was a very good pre-match this afternoon. I'm really looking forward to this clash, mainly because I want to see what Scoresby bring to the table. They've done everything right this afternoon, but they're up against the side that are, like I said, they're the incumbent, right? And no, there's no greater test than testing yourself against the very best that this division has had in 3 years.
It is the test you want to have. That is absolutely right. And Matt Spiderlee sitting alongside Wayne Brasher. Great to have you on board for this afternoon's game.
Good afternoon to you, Ryan, and everyone. Great to be here this afternoon. Looking forward to this clash. And yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to see who can get off to the good start in this game. Can Scoresby bring the heat early with their intensity and their composure around the ball, or will it be a physical Donvale team that will want to stamp their authority on the game really early and impose themselves on the scoreboard?
Of course, a couple of those outs with Zach Haig, the latest out if you've just joined us. He comes out and Max Odden comes in to replace him. So I think the big positive...
good replacement.
Yeah, the positive, you get the quality and the experience of someone like Max Odden back in the side. And that is the real strength of that Donvale team, Spider, is their depth. Their reserves had another win today against a really high-quality Scoresby side. And it's been the common trend for the last few years. It's one in, one out, as Tony said. And they have got a system that... it doesn't matter who comes in; they play their role.
Yeah, they just want players to be able to step up and then seamlessly just play their role, for the team. And that's the requirement at Donvale at the moment. And I think Scoresby would have the same, or similar mantra. But Donvale the last few years have been very strong, lots of depth. So it's that one up, one down mentality, and it's really been a strong point for them over the last few years.
Ryan, I think it's a very. I think it's going to be a good test for Donvale without Rouser and Haig in the side. They're two of their really key prime movers. But then I look at the other way. This just if Donvale can overcome that this afternoon, it just adds another string to their bow that these two players aren't playing, and then when they come back to the side, they actually complement the lineup.
Well, it actually says how strong they actually are, and it probably will be able to measure the depth and really get a really good gauge on it.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, boys, the tips as the sides make their way to their position. Spider, your tip this afternoon and margin?
I think you got to stick with the ones that you did earlier in the week. I'll stick with Donvale. I think they might get over the line by 10 points.
Wayne Brasher?
Donvale by 18 points, Ryan.
I'm going Donvale. I'm going to go 22 points.
Yeah, I'm sticking with Donvale. I think the 15-point margin, but with a couple of those outs, I think Scoresby are a red-hot chance. And they are wearing their clash strip today.
Yes,
I've never seen this one before. The Magpie on the front of the jumper, and it's a nice little clash jumper for them. We've also got Oscar and Jared on the boundary, but they are making their way out there at the moment, so we'll cross down to them when they're ready. But we're ready, just about to go for the first bounce. This Eastland match of the round.
What a lovely autumn afternoon to watch football, eh?
Beautiful weather today, Brash. It was out in the sun this morning at Templestowe for the Templestowe Norwood Senior Women's game, and the sun's managed to stay out. It is a bit chilly in the shade, but get down to local football if you're in the area. Plenty of good games that will keep you updated on across the afternoon as we get all set for the first bounce. Scoresby taking on Donvale, 1v2 in Division 3, and we're ready to go. With no one making a clear win out of the middle. There's Camilleri. Nice kick forward, the mark's taken for Scoresby. In front of Max Odden, who's the inclusion today. And Tyler Rump can send the Magpies inside their forward half. From outside the arc, sends it towards the hot spot, and the mark is taken by that man, Amin. And already it's Only 30 seconds, and he'll have an opportunity for his first of the afternoon.
Yeah, nice kick in there.
And Camilleri starting well, coming off 39 disposals last week.
Yeah, beautiful clearance from him, and Amin, the leading goal kicker in Division 3. Expect to call his name quite a few times this afternoon. Lining up with a bit of an angle from about 35 metres out. Adam Amin strolls in off the right boot, kick on its way, puts it through. Amin's got one, and Scoresby, quick start for them. 1 straight 6 to the Magpies of Donvale. No score.
Such a
what you
beautiful
want.
kick, isn't he,
Yeah.
Brash? He's a beautiful kick of the footy, I mean.
I call him the Scotty Cummings of the Eastern Football Netball League, I reckon, Adam Amin.
That's a fair
Yeah, he's just but that was just a really good clearance, good kick in, and I think that's the thing you've got to be today. You've got to get the ball in nice and deep to your forward line.
Yeah, no one man that will be watching
Hit
on
up the
today.
targets.
Matt Fodia will be loving this game as well as a big
Boundary.
Billy, don't be a hero.
Yeah, we might. Yeah, we'll quickly go to boundary quickly with Jared Beelan.
Gentlemen, we've finally made our way down here. It's a beautiful day out here. The turf's in looking a great nick. Just a bit of a breath of a breeze. It's not really going to make much of an impact early on. And just for my tips at this point, I've got Donvale by 3 goals.
Thank you, Jared. So first to get there is Warnerick. He gets a short inboard kick on the interchange sort of bench down here at Donvale Reserve. Another strong tackle laid from the Vales there. So we're on the interchange sort of pocket, just on an angle with the...
It looks like an injury too on that far side.
It was a tough tackle with that one.
Potentially ankle. Looks like he's...
Yeah,
he's hobbling off.
That's not good. I think it might have... We'll obviously get that
Yeah,
boundary.
gents, that's Trent Schubert that's coming off.
Schubert. So an ankle injury, early stages to Scoresby. So we'll see what happens with our boundary reporters to see what it is. And a hand pass there. That was by Matt Traynor, of course, coming to the club this year. He's been a big player for Scoresby since making a short impact for the Magpies in Scoresby. I've got to say that today, am I?
Yeah, I know we're going to struggle on that one.
And Donvale get a clearance kick here on the wing now. The interchange. Good chains of hand passes for Donvale. They get it inside their forward 50. Where would this bounce? And it's going to go out of bounds for a throw in on the pocket end down here where we are, actually on the van. Nice up the hill at the moment down here at Donvale.
Well, Matty Traynor knows how to find the football. He's coming off a 34 disposal game last week as well.
Ball brought back into play inside Donvale's attacking half. Tapped down from Duncan. Got it off to Wignall. And he's touched through for a behind. So 1 minor score for Donvale. They're 1 behind. Scoresby 1 straight 6. And we've played 3.5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Short kick by Kaziata. Finds a teammate in Cameron Muley. He's just going to slow things down for the Scoresby Footy Club here. Of course, top of the ladder clash in 4th Division as we speak. And finds a mark there. That was by Max Onan coming into the side, of course. But a few changes for Donvale. 4 changes today for this game. Another short kick.
I think the umpire's blown the whistle.
I heard 2 whistles, but first to get there is Jack Tout. So he's kind of on the 50 arc directly in front, you would say.
Well, it's a tout fest today. There's 3 of them in the
3,
side.
Yeah, yep. All coming across from Warrandyte, I believe, Brash.
That doesn't happen too often, having 3 brothers in the one side.
So Tout can line up and kick Donvale's first for the goal. Directly in front on the 50 arc, he'll be kicking from. He lines up. Kick, it's going to go to the left, but it's spoiled off. And Cameron Muley there, yet again, gets a hand pass, but Donvale got the numbers. Jordovic nearly involved, couldn't get there, but another tackle, and it's going to be directly on the straight in front of goals here at Donvale Reserve.
So ball up inside 50 here for the Magpies of Donvale. Tap down from Wignall. Having the shot on goal there from Jordovic. Just to the left, so a minor score. They moved to 2 behind. Scoresby 1 straight 6. 5 minutes gone in the first term.
Third time lucky to see if Scoresby can clear the ball cleanly.
Well, this time it will be Tristan Brunning taking in the kick in. So under a bit of pressure at the moment. Clearing that ball from their defensive half of the ground. So Brunning Look to dangerous kick, but hits the target. Wignall was around the area and it was a good kick. It found Traynor and he looks to play it on straight away. Here's Cooper Frith, his first look at it this afternoon. Down the line he goes to Richards, taking the mark in front of Wignall, who's making some ground up the wing.
Hit up the target here.
And the kick is a poor one out of bounds on the full. So Donvale to take possession.
First time seen Jordovic here today as well this year. Played in the reserves a couple of weeks ago, so it's good to see the young
Great
fella.
to see him back up and about.
Yep, because he was a star last year for Donvale. And speaking of Donvale, they're trying to exit out of their defensive 50 at this stage. Scoreboard end of Donvale. Odden involved. You'll be hearing that name here today a lot. And a little bit of a spoil. And it looks, no, it's not. I thought that was out of bounds. Jordovic, a little bit of a check slide kick directly on the 50 arc. First to get there, great grab there, that was. And that was marked down by number 69 in Riley Curry. He's going to kick it inside 50, big jump almost there. That was by Zalak, is it? Or Zalak. And a hand pass. I don't have a 12. So we might have to chase that one up for Donvale. And a tackle there laid. So
yeah, we'll get the boys on the bench.
12 is Ethan Duncan today.
Ethan Duncan, okay. Well, there you go. That was
commonly known as Beefy.
Beefy, yeah, we heard
Beefy.
about that one in the pre-game.
Yep. As play resumes now, Duncan, you can just see that presence, but a big spoil by Scoresby defender. And that's going to be a throw, and it's going to go to Scoresby, and advantage played, Ryan.
Camilleri looking to use advantage of it, going towards a min. Has one to beat, does nicely, and looks inbound and finds a target. So Plumridge in the middle of the ground will send Scoresby inside. They're attacking half, big fly. Out the back there is Nathan Mill. Stayed down and used the ball well, finding his teammate there. And they look to move it through Odden. He hits up a target. Now they're going to switch it towards us on this side of the broadcast wing, but couldn't hit a target and out of bounds, so we'll get a boundary throw in. 7 coming up to 8 minutes gone first term. Scoresby leading 1 straight 6 to Donvale 2 behind.
I think we're going to mention it's Davis Harrigan's 500th game today as well.
Yes, he's down at Blackburn, Mitchum, so he'll keep the scores coming as the ball is brought back into play, and Donvale look to link up. The handball from Heaney. Ball trapped here, and Scoresby have done well to cut it off. But out of nowhere, Tommy Tout gets it and get the handball off to Wignall, who goes inside 50 looking for Duncan. Getting a fist there was a min. The handball from Walnarek. And they move this on to Marshall. Marshall hits up a target. That's 70 out from home. Mark taken there by Daniel Coulthard. They look to play on straight away. Handball back from Rumpf towards the boundary side, looking for Coulthard. And run down and tackle, played on. And we'll get a stoppage outside 50 here for Scoresby.
Good defence by Donvale early, just to squeeze the Scoresby forward. They're not allowing Scoresby to hit up a target at the moment.
However, I think those Scoresby really are putting Donvale back 6 under the pump too. So
yeah, they are. Yeah.
So they're making them earn it.
Yep.
So we're on the angle at the 50 arc here of Scoresby's attacking goals, and that one's just going to roll through.
Boundary.
For out of bounds. Let's go to Jared
Just a couple of matchups. First of all, in Donvale's forward line, we've got Murphy. He's being trailed by Mumina Min, and Ethan Duncan. He's got Daniel Bayer for company. And also the big job on Adam Amin is going to go to Nathan Mill today.
Yeah, he's a good player, Mill.
Reinvented himself. Used to be a wingman, I think, a few years ago, and has become a very solid defender now for Donvale.
You heard it there from Jared Beelan on the boundary. We'll be hearing him all afternoon. And Donvale looking to go to the big beef man. There it is, Ethan Duncan. First time we actually get to see him, nicknamed Beefy. Yeah, it was a funny thing. I talked to the team manager and he wanted me to call him Big Beefy. So
I hope he likes the nickname. I hope it's not a piss take.
I hope not too. So Ethan Duncan, he's been a real big key forward in this division. He's won, I think, a few leading goal kickers of all for Donvale, been a really good key forward. He's on an ankle.
Daniel Byer's going to have his hands full with this guy this afternoon.
So Ethan Duncan can line up and kick Donvale's first. He's on an ankle. He goes for a drop punt, and he's got it through. the Vales get their first one for the day, and guess who? It's Ethan Duncan. He continues his hot form, and that moves the score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Donvale 1-2-8 to Scoresby 1 straight 6, and we've gone 10 minutes and 43 into the first quarter.
Yeah, they get up when they get into that Donvale 4 line. They're going to be they'll need to be efficient, Brush. So they'll need to put that pressure on the Scoresby defence. A couple of times in Scoresby have wanted to come out, they've turned the ball over. So got to be careful. But Donvale on that occasion, some really good play.
Yeah, a couple of early scores. Div 1, Beaconsfield 6, Bayswater zip, South Belgrave 8, Mooroolbark zip, North Ringwood 7, Montrose zip.
So back in the middle here, two of the big boys hitting the scoreboard first. Adam Amin for Scoresby, and now Ethan Duncan gets his first major. Two key forwards in this division. Now the middle again. Camilleri's had a good start so far, standing underneath this, taking the mark. Nicely done by Wignall. Wignall looks to use Adam Cameron. Centre half back here for the Magpies. Dangerous kick inbound. Hits his target, McCormack. And they'll move it now towards the forward line. Great marking defence there by Thomas Waldnerek. Standing underneath that one. Doing the job on Jordovic there. And he hits his target. Centre wing. Ryan Hicks. Was great in the grand final last year.
He was, yeah.
One of the key contributors. Finds Dale Hare. Dale Hare sends his opponent flying and now sends him into attack. A lot of Magpie numbers back there for Donvale, but it still falls into the hands of Del Rain. Snap on goal was always right, so just a minor score, but that moves Scoresby to 1-1-7. Donvale leading 1-2-8, and we played 12 minutes into this first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
There was a lot better passage of play from Scoresby there when they moved that ball in towards their forward line.
So you heard the special comments from Matt Spiderlee. And we're on the centre sort of angle here at the 50 arc down here. Beautiful conditions for footy today. You can't get any better conditions. If you're around the area, come down to Donvale Reserve, or if you want to watch it on Facebook or YouTube or in your car, 98.1. With the windows down today, definitely, with the air coming through.
The only conditions that umpire Brad Pulley gets out for.
And
the radio game.
Mark was almost taken, and don't know what the umpire's doing. Just
he didn't pay the mark because the player claimed the mark, but I think it was touched.
So the two rucks at the moment going at it. We're on the sort of the cricket pitch training area at Donvale. And we go Wayne Brush with the scores.
Yeah, scores Div 4. We've got Kilsyth 6, Forest Hill zip, and we've got Bulleen Temp 1-1-7 leading Warrandyte 1 straight 6.
Thank you again, Brash. Keep those scores coming if you're sending them in on Play HQ. Keep us updated. And this one again looks like it's going to roll out of bounds.
Boundary.
For a boundary throw in. Let's go boundary side of Jared Beelan.
I mistook the player who came off with a potential injury concern earlier. It was actually Jordan Plant instead of Trent Schubert, but I've seen Plant just running up and down the boundary. It looks like he's going to be ready to come back on soon.
Thanks, Jared. As Scoresby go forward again, numbers behind the ball. Odden takes the intercept mark, and they're going to use this. Now switching it towards the broadcast side. Bouncing in front of Charlie Kent. Had plenty of time to mop this one. The handball forward for Zalek. Went back to Kent. Couldn't quite control it. Back in the middle doing well. There was Hicks. Intercepted it. Now gives the Magpies of Scoresby a bit of a chance through Del Rain. Back in the middle of the ground where we all started. 14 and a half minutes gone first term. 1 goal apiece. 1-2-8 Donvale. Scoresby 1-1-7. The ball up. Tapped down this time by Donvale. They look to link up. Going back, Giles. And now they're moving this forward to Zala. Long way out from home, but can send them inside 50's centre wing. Looks to go inbound to Giles. Mark is taken and now down towards the dangerous area. Jordovic's there. Murphy out the back. Punches it back into a dangerous spot. Jordovic. How's the bounce? To the right. Just a minor score. And there was McCormack before who sent that ball inside 50 as we go down to Wayne Brasher for some scores around the grounds.
Yeah, Premier Division East, Ringwood 1 straight, Vermont yet to score, Mitchum 2 straight, 12 leading Blackburn 1-2-8, and South Croydon 1 straight 6, Berwick yet to score.
Thank you, Wayne Brasher in the score centre as Dale Hare He's been a true champion from the Scoresby Footy Club. And again, that man in Hodden, just another intercept mark.
Been good.
I reckon his Premier data stats will be through the roof when we see his disposals. As Giles gets it to Zarlak. And he finds a teammate, which is a good hit from an angle here at the 50. So I'll be passing it off, I would say. And he's looking towards the tall timber down there. They've got a few big boys down there as Duncan gets a hand pass to his good friend in Murphy, who does a little bit of a check side snap around the corner. That was by Tommy Tout. It's there. I think it is. It's a goal.
Good goal, that, Tommy.
Tommy Tout. Beautiful play there. And well done there. That was Murphy there. Just got the kick off the ground there and gave it off. And a snap around the corner from Tommy Tout. And that moves the score to 2-3-15. Donvale to Scoresby 1-1-7. We're going 16 and 25 into the first quarter.
Good presence of mind there from Murphy just to keep the ball moving his team's way. And then, Tout to get ball on boot. And in the end, the result is a goal. So well done to Donvale. And they're looking good at the moment. Donvale, every time they go into their forward 50, they look like they're going to score. Looking very dangerous.
Tell me that isn't a great footy name, Tommy Tout.
It is.
Could also be
around the ground.
Could also be a jockey.
Div 3, Sylvan 139, Finchley Gully 117. Scoresby, we know that score. The Basin 2 behinds leading Knox yet to score.
Thanks, Brash, as we're back in the middle again. It's Wignall. And again, the Magpies of Donvale go back to Odden. Odden inbound, finds a target. It's Chris Tout. 3 Touts out there today. Got it off to Giles, who looks to move this on straight away. Inside 50 and finds the man himself in Nick Murphy. Beautiful delivery.
Just the last couple of minutes, Spider. Donvale been able to just pick the holes through that Scoresby defence.
They have, and what they are doing is they're not afraid to give the ball on the inside. So got to be very careful, Scoresby, that they know that ball is coming inbound. Yeah.
Quick ball movement on that occasion. Nick Murphy lining up for his first of the afternoon. Still been in fantastic form this year. Murphy's kick is on the way. He loves it right off the boot. And Donvale have their third. They move to 3-3-21. Scoresby 1-1-7. We've played 17, coming up to 18 minutes gone first term.
And it's a clearance game, which really affects the way that Donvale plays. So in that instance, they got the ball clear, and then they were able to get that first use inside, disposal, long kick in, and then set themselves up to score. So that's why Donvale are the team that they are, and they score so efficiently.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Spider. So Donvale got the momentum at this stage of game. And they've got the momentum definitely on their side. The 2 big boys have got the goals for Donvale at this stage. And, of course, Tommy Tout. So as the umpire resumes play into this game. And first to get there was Cameron Leary. Hand pass around. And a strong tackle there by Giles, and that's going to be wrapped up for a ball up.
They do tackle strongly, Donvale. Yes. They're a very physical team.
Fair point there, Spider. I've seen a lot of good tackles by Donvale. The 2 rucks again. You'll be seeing them a lot. The young flyer first to get there will be Jordovic, but couldn't get there. Donvale got the numbers. They get a kick on the other boundary wing. Scoresby got all the numbers, but it'll be rolling out through for a boundary throw-in. Wayne Brashen Score Centre.
Yeah, let's go to Div 2. Ringwood 2 behinds, Croydon yet to score. Templestowe 2 behinds, East Burwood 1 behind. Heathmont 2-1-13, leading Lilydale 3 behinds. 1 Turner South down by 6 points, 2-1-13, trailing Mulgrave 3-1-19. And Waverley Blues 3 straight 18, leading Surrey Park 1-1-7.
Thanks there, Wayne, as we get a ball up right in front of us, boundary side.
Feels like Scoresby got an extra number spare behind the ball at the moment. So
out of the middle, socket off the ground there from Johnson. Camilleri had plenty of the football early on. That's a good kick down the line. Just missed his target, but doing well. McBean was able to get off to Plumridge. Plumridge now in the min direction. Overcooked the kick, but out the back there is an opportunity. Socket through for behind. Hits the post.
Save the dribble.
So just a minor score in the end.
Jordan Plant down,
Jordan Plant. So 1-2-8 Scoresby. Donvale 3-3-21.
Pombridge
20
involved
minutes
early.
late first term.
I don't think dropping that man behind the ball is really helping Scoresby
No.
at this stage.
No.
So Otten gets another disposals, but it's turned over. And it's going to go to number 12 in Woolen Norek. Now on the pocket down here, while Scoresby and Matthew Traynor's got the ball. He's on the pocket sort of end of the 50, but he bombs it in, and that's not a good kick. And it's going to go out of bounds on the full.
See, that's a nothing kick there from a very experienced footballer.
Yeah. So I believe it will be Otten that will be taking the full free kick. Don't know what's going on. It's a bit of kick to kick down here at Donvale.
The umpire had stopped the game briefly because there was an injured player. He's just coming off now. It looks like a wrist injury for Scoresby. I'll just quickly get the name for you in a second.
No problem. Thank you very much. Jared Beelan on the boundary. Goals involved. It's tackled by Scoresby player. First to get there will be Kyle Wignall. Spins across a few players and finally gets out. Adam Cameron involved. Around the wing down here at Donvale. Get a boot off it here, but it's intercepted mark and it's taken by Bailey Marshall, John.
So Marshall right in front of us. We'll send it back to where it came from. Sun almost in the eyes there of a teammate. Johnson ends up with the footy.
Gents, the injured player in question was Daniel Coulthard.
Thank you, Jared. Keep an eye on that one down the boundary alongside Oscar this afternoon. Donvale win the tap out, but that ball going nowhere. So at the moment it is 22 and a half minutes gone first term. Donvale with a quick start, 3-3-21. The scores be 1-2-8. Tezazada got his kick away. Running forward this time is Kyle Wignall. Got it off to Tout. They go backwards to go forwards. Now in the direction of Duncan. Grabbed it on the second attempt. There's a fantastic mark, and Ethan Duncan, the beef, will line up for his second.
Well, it's all got to do with the stoppages and clearance at the moment, Brash. They are just more efficient and working a lot harder around the source. And got to be very careful here, Scoresby, that doesn't get out of hand because Donvale way on top in that area at the moment.
But they're also finding a lot more space.
And that is the key to that.
So Duncan just in red-hot form coming into this clash today. Career best at the moment. He's had quite a few good years with the Magpies, but arguably his career best form. Duncan does not miss. He's got his second, and the Magpies of Donvale have their fourth. 4-3-27 to Scoresby 1-2-8. 23 and a half minutes gone first quarter. They've been able to jump him out of the gates, Brush.
Yeah, they have, and scores from Premier Rowville 1-2-8 leading Doncaster East, one behind. East Ringwood 3-2-20 leading Vermont 1 straight 6. Mitchum 2-1-13 leading Blackburn 1-5-11, and South Croydon got out of the gates here 5-3-33. Berwick yet to score.
Nick Nellis talked on pre-game. I think a few of you went Berwick. Is that correct, or did you all go South Croydon for that?
Yes, Berwick.
Yeah. I went South Croydon.
Yeah, it's a big start.
Yep. But
Early days yet.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the wind could be blowing down there.
Yep. So as play resumes, the two rucks at it at the moment do their respectful duties. Trainer just gets a little bit of a tap and finds his teammate there in Tim de Geest. And a nice little spoil there. That was by, of course, Luke Wicknell when that goes out of bounds. Let's go back to the score centre with Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, Div 1. We've got Beaconsfield 2-1-13 leading Bayswater 1-2-8. South Belgrave 3-5-23 trailing Mooroolbark 4-1-25. Montrose and North Ringwood 2-2 apiece. And Boronia 3-2-20 leading Norwood, one behind.
A kick by Scoresby by Adam Amin. Great mark there. Just good body use there.
Well, when he's like that one-on-one, he's just going to win all the time. He's just so strong.
So hard to stop on a one-on-one.
So he's going to go for the banana here. So he comes around, snaps around the corner, and you betcha it's through. He kicks his second, and it's just going to be like the heavyweights going at it here in the two goal-kicking departments, and that moves the score to Scoresby, 2-2-14 to Donvale, 4-3-27 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've gone 25 in a bit on the first quarter.
You can always tell Spider the quality forwards, aren't they? They know how to kick goals from anywhere on the ground.
That's right. And when the ball, they get it in their area, they're always going to get it. So, but in that battle, that one-on-one battle, there was just no hesitation that he was going to win that. So
Interestingly, Ryan, Tony Weeks was prepared to admit to give Adam in 5 goals.
Yeah, well, he just seems to notch him up. But if you can, for Scoresby, if they can isolate him on those one-on-one contests and give good delivery, he's not going to lose too many of those.
Yeah, and that was good delivery.
That's right. Back in the middle again, Camilleri went the don't argue, caught on the second tackle, ball comes out, umpire says play on. Wignall this time wrapped up.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary, Jared.
Good news for Scoresby fans. Daniel Coulthard will be fine. His wrist is all okay.
Thank you, Jared. As ball up in the centre of the field. Trying to get this forward is Frith. Got the handball away to Traynor. And they've done quite nicely out of here. Linking up the handball towards the far side, centre wing. Been able to get through a pack of players here and look to go through Ryan Hicks at centre half forward. The kick just overdid him. Otten got it off the ground. Soccer it towards himself. He picked it up off his own ball. Gets his handball off just in time. Wignall got it away again. Heaney towards the middle of the ground. Punch forward here for Scoresby. Numbers behind the ball for Donvale. One of those, Zalak, got the handball away. And now finding Otten, the half-back flank. Short chip forward. And they're going to use a teammate here in Jordovic on the boundary line.
Certainly no tempo football in this one at the moment.
Down towards the half-forward line, bouncing in front of Nick Murphy and over it out. So a boundary throw-in opportunity for Donvale. Let's go down to the score centre with Rush.
Let's take a visit back to Div 2. Croydon 1 straight 6, leading Ringwood 3 behind. Templestowe 1-3, leading East Burwood 1 behind. Heathmont 2-1-13, leading Lilydale 3 behind. 1 Turner South 4-1-25, Mulgrave 3-1-19, and Waverley Blues 3-4-22, leading Surrey Park 1-2-8.
Thank you, Brash, in the score centre. A hand pass there, that was by Vakos. Kicked off by Murphy. And a dangerous forward line of Donvale. So many great, well names playing in this forward line today. You've got Duncan, Murphy, and Jordovic. Plenty to kick to today. Of course, Jordovic coming into the side, as I mentioned. The umpire again plays the game as a hand pass there. That was by Toby Richards, who finds Jordovic, who does a snap around, and it's going to go out of bounds on the full. So it's going to be a Scoresby kick here, and of course the man who's going to be doing it is Tristan Brunning. He can continue on the play.
Go look down the line here.
He does that. He listens to you, Spider, as he bombs it in towards the 50 arc on an angle. Hare involved. Gets a hand pass. Good pressure from both sides. Again, that man in Hare, but the kick there, that was by number 36 in Daniel Bayer. And the 2 players involved yet again, and it's going to be another ball up, Ryan.
So we're approaching quarter time. We've been 29 minutes into this first term now. It's Donvale 4-3-27 to Scoresby 2-2-14. Can't imagine there'd be too much longer left to go.
Hasn't been many stoppages too.
And can Scoresby get one back? They'll go inside 50. It's a 1-on-2. And it's always going to favour the Magpies of Donvale back in defence. And they'll look to just slow things down. Be pretty comfortable with their lead going into quarter time if they don't concede one late.
Can take time off the clock here if they really want.
Was trying to find Wignall, but now through Dale Hare, backing towards their forward 50. Bouncing footy out the back, trying to pick this one up. Was that Plant? And over and out.
That's a really good tackle by Heaney, because he didn't give the free kick away, but he actually pushed the play to the boundary line. So it stopped Plant to try and even get a kick.
So still potentially one more goal left in this quarter. They can be quick here, Scoresby. They're in the right position to do so. Trying to break free. Caught in a tackle. Nothing rewarded. Donvale looking to rush this through. And it will be a boundary throw-in.
Yeah, they're just trying to take time off the clock here. They just don't want to concede.
Will be a ball up, in fact. Deep in that pocket. Over a min was Curry. And they just stopped this one again. And
can they generate a forward stoppage goal here?
Well, that time ticking down, 13.5 minutes gone, Brash.
You'd almost feel like Donvale should may as well concede the point and take possession.
So tap forward by Curry. Picked up here by Traynor. Got the handball away. He was caught for holding the ball.
Well, they got the next best thing there.
So Cameron looks to play on, and there is your siren. And at quarter time, it is Donvale leading 4-3, 27 to Scoresby, 2-2, 14. The goal kickers in that term, Ethan Duncan with 2, Nick Murphy with 1, Tommy Tout with 1, and for Scoresby, Adam Amin has both of the Magpies majors. 13-point lead to Donvale. Will be back for the Eastland match of the round in the second quarter in just a minute.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Donvale Reserve. It is quarter time here in the Eastland match of the round, and Donvale currently lead 4-3, 27 to Scoresby, 2-2, 14. Top of the table clash, 1v2. We'll go straight to the score centre before we hear from one of the coaches. And Brash, you've been looking through. What have we got around the grounds this afternoon?
Let's start at Premier. Rowville 4-4-28 leading Doncaster East 2-1-13. East Ringwood 5-4-34 leading Vermont 1 goal straight 6. We've got a draw at the moment between Blackburn and Mitchum. 2-7-19 to Blackburn, 3-1 to Mitchum. South Croydon 6-5-41 leading Berwick yet to score. So some South Croydon have really got out of the gate here. Let's move to Div 1. We've got Beaconsfield 3-1-19 leading Bayswater 2-2-14. South Belgrave 4-6-30 leading Mooroolbark 4-1-25. North Ringwood 5-3-33, leading Montrose 3-2-20. Boronia 5-3-33, leading Norwood 2 behinds. Let's go to Division 2, where we have Ringwood trailing by 21 points. Croydon 4 straight, 24, leading Ringwood 3 behinds. Templestowe 1-4-10, leading East Burwood 1-1-7. Heathmont 2-1-13, leading Lilydale 3 behinds. Wantirna South 6-2-38. They got on top later in that first quarter. Belgrave 3-1-19. Waverley Blues 6-4-40, leading Surrey Park 3-3-21. Let's move into Division 3. And in Division 3, we have the Knox 4-3-27 leading the Basin 2-4-16. In this game, Donvale 4-3-27 leading Scoresby 2-2-14. Oakley District trailing by 2 points at the moment. Fair Park 3-3-21. Oakley District's 3-1-19. Upper Gully 2-2-14. Coldstream 1-6-12. Sylvan 5-4-34 in a high-scoring contest with Furniture Gully 5-1-31. And in Division 4, we have no score from Emlock and Churnside as yet. Hillside 4-4-28, leading Forest Hill 1-1-7. And Bulleen Templestowe 4-2-26, leading Warrandyte 3-1-19, Ryan.
Thank you, Brashcott. Just found a score for Croydon North. Emlock, they trail by 4 points. Churnside Park leading 23-19. Back here at Donvale Reserve, the Magpies of Donvale leading
Boundary
by 13 points. Let's go down to the boundary.
Thanks, gents. I've got Craig McKenzie, coach of Scoresby, down here. You were very happy with quite a few areas of the game that your blokes are playing today in that first quarter. A couple of areas to clear up, though. Not too many.
Just look. The clearances are really good at the moment. We're just obviously their intercept marks down back is one thing we've just got to address, and then obviously they're so dangerous up forward, so we've just got to be better at stopping that delivery coming in.
Absolutely, and also changing the lanes as well. You mentioned that at the huddle.
Yeah, we speak about that a lot. We want to not just change lanes to the middle. We want to make sure that we stretch them a little bit because they're stretching us at the moment. So we just want to hit them back the other way.
Absolutely. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thanks there to Craig McKenzie down on the boundary with Jared Beanland.
Interesting point. They did even up that stoppage scenario at the back end of the second term, the first quarter there.
Absolutely. And Oscar was down at the Donvale huddle, so I'm sure we'll hear shortly on the messages there. They'd have to be pretty happy with their first term, 4-2. So we get ready to go for this second term out here at Donvale Reserve, and beautiful Saturday afternoon for some local
glorious
football. Fantastic. It will get chilly though tonight once those clouds start to come across, but
you're the weatherman, are you?
Megan has made a request that someone cut down the tree that's 2 hours.
Yeah, unfortunately she's in the shade at the moment.
She's freezing apparently.
Yeah, well I can certainly feel for her on that end. As we're ready to go, second term out here at Donvale Reserve. Blake Tennant take us into the second term.
So the two rucks and getting their hit out there was Riley Curry. And a hand pass for Donvale, and Wignall gets things moving forward. And that man yet again, Ethan Duncan. And a man is down for Scoresby. I believe it might be
could
Daniel.
Be Bayer, yeah.
Bayer, yeah.
Wignall been really influential in the first part of this game.
Yeah. So Ethan Duncan, big beefy, they call him down here.
Duncan came from 3 metres behind and actually ran past Bayer and clipped him along the way. Nothing intentional.
Yeah, not so much past as through.
Yeah. I was being nice.
So Duncan now, it's sort of on the 50 arc of here of Donvale on a nice little angle coming towards here for Duncan, and that is a beautiful kick. The umpire didn't have to move, and that's Donvale's 5th of the day, 5-3-33 to Scoresby 2-2-14, just a minute in on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, that's the advantage of clearance, isn't it, Brash? You just get that clearance. Wignall did, gets the ball down to Duncan, and it ends up being in a goal. But that's the advantage of getting your hands on the ball first at the source.
I've got a feeling that Scoresby may have to make a change shortly because Duncan is threatening to take the game away here from Scoresby. I think they need to look at another matchup.
Had 31 goals coming into this contest and now has 34. His 3 majors helping the Magpies get out to a bit of a lead. in the early stages of this second term. Free kick being paid towards Scoresby. Camilleri, who was one of the Magpies' best in the first term, finds Cooper Frith. He can just get it to him. Zalek got there and got a fist to it just in time. Trying to win this footy here. That's it's a body slam tackle. So almost, that looks like one of your WWE.
That was a suplex.
Yeah, that's
Brash
the word.
loves that.
Ball up inside 50.
Give me a good brain
Scoresby.
buster any day.
Oh, okay. Tap down from Curry. You know how much I hate that sort of stuff.
Money in the Bank's coming up, Ryan. You'll be watching that, no doubt.
Oh, absolutely. Got that on the schedule. Curry again, the tap down. Scoresby through Cooper Frith. Swung around in the tackle, got the handball away, punched away from Cameron. They go back to go forward again, the Magpies. Dick East got the handball back. Now looking for Dal Hare, pushing towards the half-forward line. A smart kick, judged it well and hits up a target in Luke Plumridge.
It's a good hit
and
up
he's
there.
got an option forward just before the boundary line. Camilleri takes the mark and plays on straight away, swings on to the left and puts it through.
So that's a goal of the day contender
Your
there.
Toren Brothers goal of the day leader.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary with Oscar.
Guys, I've got to apologise. I was actually at the Scoresby huddle at quarter time, but some key points there from Coach Craig McKenzie, just making sure he wants to use the width of the ground as Donvale are sort of just going through the centre and banging it forward, but just making sure that he wants his players to use the width.
Thanks, Oscar. As they move to now 3-2-20 Scoresby, trailing Donvale 5-3-33. 3.5 minutes second term gone.
Also, to add to that, Brash, you mentioned that they want to, Scoresby might want to make the move with Byron on Murphy or Duncan on. I mean, they've tried both matchups. They've switched Byron on Moomin Amin around a little bit throughout the first quarter. It's interesting to see how that pans out.
Thank you, Jared. As they move things to Scoresby. Donvale got all the numbers. There's a lot of black jumpers around, and looks like it's going to be another ball up on the forward arc of Scoresby at the moment. Just seeing they've been kicking to the pockets a bit here. Scoresby, they're not taking the fat side of this ground at the moment. The umpire throws the ball. Hand pass there, that was by McBean. And we're at the centre sort of thing. Jordovic gets a hand pass, playing up the ground this time. But again, Scoresby, and that's a strong tackle. That should be holding the ball. It is, and Donvale looks to get back on the attack, Ryan.
Yes, now through Sinisic. Smart handball forward. He'll receive this again and been involved in a couple of plays here. Back to Heaney, wrapped up by Frith. That's holding the ball. Scoresby don't take the advantage. They'll give this one back to Cooper Frith, who has a couple of options forward. Standing underneath this one, Odden for the Magpies of Donvale gets involved. He got a hand to it, McCormack, the handball. Coming back now to Wignall with Luke. And finds Murphy. Deep in defence here for the Magpies.
I reckon Donvale are over-possessing the football here at the moment.
Yeah, have to agree there, Brash.
Well, that was a really good moment there. It was right in front of me where Scoresby just cut off all the exits that Donvale had, forced them to overpossess.
Jordovic over the top has a player out. And a chance now going forward. Is that Sinisic who's put that through? It is Giles. And that's a great finish in front of goal for Donvale. They move to 6-3-39 to the Magpies of Scoresby 3-2-20.
But that's what can happen if your players are all out of sync. Yeah, you can close the exits like Jared alluded to, but then if you turn the ball over, that can be the punishment back the other way, Brash. So it's half a dozen one, half a dozen the other, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Let's go to Premier. Rowville 4-4-28, leading Doncaster East 2-2-14, Vermont 2-12, trailing East Ringwood 5-5-35. Blackburn 4-7-31, leading Mitchum 3-2-20, and South Croydon 6-5-41, leading Berwick yet to score.
So that's a big one down there at Cheon Park. Thanks for the scores. Keep the scores coming across. Keep us updated and we'll tell you scores. So Donvale get one here to reply from Scoresby's goal a couple of minutes ago. And that's going to be a high tackle going to Scoresby, and that's going to go to number 9 and Declan McBean. finds Brunning, who's just running on but gets smothered. That was by Mikhaili Zalek. And finds Murphy. Murphy gets a hand pass to get the Vales moving. Snap around the corner for Djordjevic. How's this hit? It's a goal. Djordjevic gets one there, and up moves the score to 7-3-45 to Scoresby 3-2-20 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 7 minutes in to the second quarter.
Yeah, well, goal on turnover, and bang, they just go down, and Djordjevic does the business. But that's what happens when you hesitate, Brash, and McBean in under that situation. He looked like he was going to be able to get the ball moving forward, but this in the end, it was just weight of numbers that won out.
No, you're right. You just can't afford to be hesitant. Otherwise, Donvale will punish you. In Div 1, Beaconsfield 3-3-21 equal with Bayswater 3-3. South Belgrave 5-7-37 leading Mooroolbark 4-2-26. North Ringwood 5-4-34 leading Montrose 3-2-20, and Boronia are out by 42 points 8-3-51. Norwood 1-3-9.
Back in the middle, Johnson v Curry. Johnson won it out this time. Heaney tried to tap it forward, cut off by Camilleri. Went back to Hare. The long sleeves inside 50 for the Magpies. From behind, doing nicely was Traynor to get it down to ground level towards the goal square. Adam Mumin's there. The handball away, was looking to get that to Plumridge. Plumridge follows his work up with the tackle on his opponent in their forward half. They trail 3-2-20 to 7-3-45 Donvale.
Poor disposal there really cost Scoresby. They should have been shooting on goal here.
Yeah, they should have been, but now that's why the forward stoppage goal was really important.
So Adam Mumin out of the ruck, grabs it, gets his handball away just in time. Well, no, he didn't. It's holding the ball. So free kick to Donvale.
Well, that's just lack of support, Brash.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's the risk he had to take.
Well, Ablett looks to play on straight away to that man, Odden. Odden hits up his target in Wignall. Kyle Wignall. Now switch it towards us on the broadcast wing. Great target, and they're off. Max Odden, work rate's been good. The kick looked like it was off the side of the boot a little bit, but the bouncing footy even works out for his teammate there. Grabbing it first, Kazada for the Magpies. It almost paid off a little bit there. Blake, 9 minutes gone second term, 25-point lead to Magpies of Donvale.
So we're on the boundary of the wing down here near the scoreboard at Donvale Reserve, and that's a kick. Don't know if they'll be deliberate. We saw one a couple of weeks ago, of course.
It's a rare occasion.
So it'll be a boundary throw-in just with a kick-off there. That was by a player. So it'll be a ball throw-in, sorry. Scoresby get the hand pass, and again it will be another throw-in at this stage. Scoreboard reads Donvale 7-3-45 to Scoresby 3-2-20 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Both sides have tackled well, but I think Donvale are getting more bang for their buck and being more rewarded for their hard work.
Thanks, Brash. Here comes Scoresby. Can they do something here? They get a kick towards their attacking 50, but the Mills just terrific. Otten involved. Tries for him, but the kick wasn't great, but still Donvale got the numbers. A hand pass there. That was by Chris Tout. Finds his teammate in Heaney. Mark taken by Murphy.
They're just getting their numbers more to the ball, Donvale, at this point in the game. Scoresby, they've got to even up the numbers.
Short kick there. Finds Tout.
I almost think they've beaten Scoresby at their own game here.
That's right.
Tout moves it on. Duncan involved. A lot of Scoresby defenders under this ball. They finally get out the Donvale attacking 50. And Murphy again, just another great mark taken, trying to slow things down. And he moves it forward, but an intercept mark taken by Scoresby.
Not one of Nick's best.
No, it wasn't. As Scoresby looked to switch this ball now towards the far side. Tim DeGeese played on, got the handball off to Hare. Hare running himself into trouble. The handball over the top, trying to get it back to Tim DeGeese. Just got a fist to it just to get it out of that play. Cameron's down behind. Here's Tout from a difficult angle. Nails it as another Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. And Donvale are running away in this second quarter. 8-3-51 to Scoresby. 3-2-20. 11.5 minutes gone second term. That's a fantastic finish from Jacktown.
It's decision-making, Brash, at the moment from Scoresby that is bringing him undone, and then just poor choices by hand and foot, and it's turning the ball over. The ball goes back the other way. I think we're now up to 5 goals from turnover.
Every mistake that Scoresby making in their back 50, are they getting punished for?
Yep. It's got to be a bit more selective when they have ball in hand and pick the better option.
Well, they had the numbers, and then they fluffed their lines there.
Yep.
Thank you to our special comments there, Wayne Brasher and Matt Spider-Lee on the chair today. Do a terrific job. Hit out there, that was by Curry there. A kick there by Giles, who bombs it in the Duncan direction, couldn't get there, but...
Oh, there's a free kick.
And that's going to be holding the ball. Yes, it will be.
No, it was in the back.
In the back.
Yeah. Went straight over his back.
That was by
And they're getting a bit frustrated. They can't afford to lose their cool here at Scoresby.
Very lucky that Moomin Amin didn't give away a free kick by shoving Tommy Tout to the ground.
So Jack Tout just kicked one literally 1 minute ago as well. He can kick goal number 2 for Donvale. Directly in front. No wind, really. Tout lines up. Kick, it's on its way. Goal umpire did not move, and that move to score to 9-3. 57 Donvale to Scoresby 3-2-20. 13 minutes gone in the second quarter of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Let's go around the grounds in Div 2. Croydon 5-1-31 leading Ringwood 1-4-10. East Burwood 2-2-14 leading Templestowe 1-4-10. Heathmont 5-3-33 leading Lilydale 4 behinds. Wanturna South 6-2-38 leading Mulgrave 4-3-27. And Waverley Blues 8-4-52 leading Surrey Park 4-3-27.
Well, we're just 13 and a half minutes gone in this second term here at Donvale Reserve, and Donvale already have 9 goals on the board. 9-3-57 leading Scoresby 3-2-20. That margin now 37, a game high lead.
But it's the way they're doing it, Ryan, I think, at the moment. They're using the ball a lot better
well,
and
again,
smarter.
Zalek trying to get through a couple this time. Should be ping for holding the ball, not quite. And very unlucky there, Scoresby. That looked to me like someone taking on.
Yeah, I know, but I think the umpire was hedging his bets there because he was grabbed around the neck as well.
Well, and by the time he was on the ground, he didn't have the ball.
No.
It was being held to him.
So ball up back in the middle again. Tap down, Scoresby trying to win this footy through Camilleri. Going head first. There was Del Rain. Zalek again with the footy caught. Wrapped up by Tim de Geest. And we'll do it all again. 14 and a half minutes gone second term. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Let us know where you're listening into from this afternoon. A fantastic Saturday afternoon for some local footy. Sinisich wrapped up by Hicks.
Just got to keep their composure, as we spoke about pre-game, Brash, with Scoresby. They are in this game if they're willing to work hard for the next 10 minutes.
Well, they have to work hard, otherwise they'll be out of the contest very quickly.
Well, it's on a knife's edge at the moment. Giles, long handball forward. Dal Hare over the top. I think he just got a fist to it. As looking to try and pick that up now, Brunning. The Hare. Disguised it well if he did throw it.
Might have been a crow throw.
So 15.
The old crow throw, yeah.
So just outside the forward half here for the Magpies. Already got 5 goals in the space of 15 minutes in this second term, and they're on target for another one. Giles got it off to Sinisic, gets past a couple, right boot towards the top of the square.
What's happening
free
here?
kick has been paid, and I don't know if that was off the ball or in fact
they
in
might have
that marking contest.
Well, I got a feeling maybe Duncan was being impeded there in the goal square.
So if you're watching on at YouTube, you'll see that in the replay. It must have been something that happened just before that, or downfield. I didn't quite get that one, but nevertheless, Ethan Duncan is lining up for goal number 4. Not much of an angle. He'll be kicking from directly in front, about 20 to 25 metres out. Ethan Duncan doesn't usually miss these, and he hasn't this time. That is goal number 4 for Beef. And they move to 10-3-63. Donvale, Scoresby 3-2-20, 16 minutes gone second term.
Let's go around the grounds in Div 3. Knox 6-4-40 leading the Basin 3-6-24. No score yet. We haven't received any scores from Fair Park or Oakley districts. I'm not surprised. Upper Gully 4-2-26 leading Coldstream 2-1, 1-7-13. And an entertaining game up at Sylvan this afternoon sees Sylvan 7-5-47 leading Furniture Gully 7-3-45.
Bit of a shootout down there.
Oh, we do have a score. Fair Park 3-3-21 leading Oakley districts 3-1-19.
Thank you, Brash, around the score in the score centre. So in the ruck right now is Curry from Donvale at this stage. And now, of course, Schubert. They got a kick there. We're at the other side wing now. There's a clearing kick. Bit of a hold going on, but not called. Finds Schubert again. He gets a hand pass. And again, another tackle. Nothing doing, nothing called. So Donvale looking to get out of trouble. They do that, and they find Giles. Fine play there. That was by Christian Zarlak. He's just going to take grass. He's got a paddock open, trying to find the teammate there to Duncan. Amin involved. They get a kick to Donvale, but they'll regroup from here, and Tout involved, snap around. And it will bounce, and it's going to go through for a behind. So Moose has scored 10-4, 64. Donvale to Scoresby 3-2-20. Approaching the 18-minute mark here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Chris Selleck being really good so far for Donvale.
Yeah, he has. Had plenty of
good passage of play there to set that scoring opportunity up.
Particularly in this quarter, been quite impressive. Clearing this one out, the Magpies have turned it over to the hands of Donvale here, who look to send it right back into the looking for Duncan. Doing well there, Amin. They cough up the handball. Schubert got a bit of work to do now. Tout's got him high, and he just picks him up with him.
They can't hit a target at the moment, Scoresby. They're in trouble here.
Yeah.
So Schubert will get the free kick and gave it off to Hare. Dangerous kick across goals. Might work out okay. The handball there from Trainer to Frith. To De Geese, back to Cooper Frith. This is a little bit better. They look to go back inboard. And they make their way up the ground now. Plant. They'll look to go inside 50. Adam Amin's there. He's got Nathan Mill one out the back. Oh, the bounce didn't favour him. Mill picked it up. And unfortunately for Adam, that was just a very unlucky bounce. Otherwise,
he was getting the goal there.
But the method was better.
Much better.
The build-up was okay from Scoresby. If they can work and clean that up a little bit, they'll get themselves
a couple of their prime movers too in De Geest, and Frith involved there as Curry against Amin in the ruck. Amin's kick was smothered. Got to get one back very quickly. The Magpies of Scoresby do, if they are going to go into half-time with some confidence.
But it's forward pressure as well. You need to be able to put some forward pressure here, and they've got to turn this into a goal from a stoppage.
Yeah, that's right. Can't let this be walked out of their back half. Just getting his handball off in time is Curry. Here's Hare. Has got De Geest. Tight on the boundary line, can't quite pick it up, and
that's deliberate.
That is 100% deliberate, but they won't call it. There's nowhere else he was going but the boundary line.
Okay,
but that's okay.
I've got some scores. We'll go 4th Division. Kilsyth at 553, leading Forest Hill 128. Warrandyte have got it back to 3 points. Bulleen Temp 5-5-35, leading Warrandyte 5-2-32.
So back into play again. And this time, not deliberate. Hare, did he keep it in time? No, he didn't. So a boundary throw in, same spot. 20 minutes gone, second term. Donvale 10-4, Scoresby 3-2.
Yeah, Croydon North Amlock 5-4-34, leading Churnside Park 4-8-32.
Thank you, Brash in the score centre, doing a terrific job. Special comments as well. All-rounder at this stage. The interchange sort of wing of Donvale. Jordovic gets like a little bit of a tap.
Hare got it, but Jordovic didn't.
It's going to be a throw, and it's going to go to the Magpies and Scoresby. So Cooper Frith.
Got to have a target here to kick too.
He does.
He finds that target in McBean. It's Declan. So they're just slowing things down at this moment, Scoresby, trying to find a target in the forward 50. He might be backing himself here.
Well, I think he's going for it.
I think what stunned Scoresby here is Donvale's ferocity on the contest and the opponent. I don't think they can cope with that at the moment, Spider.
Yeah, it's just the physical nature of the way that Donvale are going about it.
So McBean can line up here. He's I'd say good 55 metres, plays all, swings around, and he made a meal of that one. That's gone out of bounds on the full.
Well, he made a meal. He nearly put it into the barbecue tent.
Well, he ended up
burger.
He ended up kicking it where he intended to kick it, out in the full.
Why
because
would
he moved off his line.
Why did he do that?
Because
He's trying to get that extra 2 metres and pushed it 4 metres the wrong way.
So Heaney in the back pocket here for Donvale. Looks to clear this one out. Big pack, almost the mark taken by Duncan. Scoresby with another repeat inside 50. Great mark taken. Daniel Coulthard doesn't look like he wants to take the set shot from here. It's a very difficult angle.
Should be looking to get it towards the goal
Yeah,
square.
I mean, so you can see his arm saying, this way, this way.
So,
thing is, they need to give him in space, and Donvale will not allow that.
Well, they're
space.
crowding that space, yeah.
Kicking right in front of the Scoresby Bayer fans. So they'll enjoy this if this one goes through. Daniel Coulthard. So not a bad kick. It's coming back. It holds its line.
Good goal.
Fantastic finish, and one that Scoresby were desperate to have. 4-2-26. The Magpies of Scoresby trailing Donvale 10-4, 64, 22.5 minutes gone. Second turn, Brash.
Yeah, let's revisit Premier League here. Rowville 6-4-40 leading Doncaster East 4-2-26. East Ringwood 7-9-51 leading Vermont 2-2-14. Mitchum 7-3-45 leading Blackburn 5-7-37. And South Croydon 7-7-49 now leading Berwick 2-3-15.
So a couple of quick goals there by the Berwick Footy Club.
They needed them.
They do. They do.
Can need a few more though.
So back in the middle. Donvale again, another clearance. At this stage, a hand pass. There, that was by Hicks. Donvale again, just on the attack at the moment. Vatkus gets it out. Deep inside the 50. Where's Duncan? Gets a little bit of a push there, but nothing doing. And mark not taken. A lot of Scoresby jumpers, hair involved. He gets a hand pass. They're just under enormous pressure at the moment, Scoresby. There's a lot of Donvale jumpers around, and that's a game tackle. And it's going to be a ball up right in front of the centre at Donvale Reserve. So
Scoresby need to find a way of getting Ryan Hicks in the game. He's
been very quiet, hasn't he, Brash?
He's had no influence on the contest.
Getting the hit out there, that was by Shabert. Again, here comes Scoresby inside the attacking 50. Big fly, nothing doing. Here they go, they got the numbers down here. Do Scoresby play on here, gets smothered. Really well done there by the Donvale defence. And they just get it out with ease on at this stage, just tufts it forward. Not a great kick there by Otten, and that's going to roll out of bounds, and it'll be a boundary throw in.
Let's go to Div 1. Bayswater 4-3-27, trailing Beaconsfield 5-5-35. South Belgrave are starting to flex their muscles 7-9-51. Mooroolbark 4-2-26. North Ringwood 8-4-52. And putting it on Montrose at the moment 3-3-21. And Boronia 8-8-56, leading Norwood 1-3-9.
It's amazing what happens. They're capable, but they've turned it on.
The burner. They're in the burner.
All right, back here. Tap down from Curry.
No, it's a smouldering hot cauldron.
wreck.
We're looking forward to Blake's segment next week.
Are we going to have that next week?
No,
Might have to pull a Siggy on that one.
No, I think we'll be certainly getting there. It's back here at Donvale Reserve. Donvale 64, leading Scoresby 26. Ball comes out to Wignall on the outside. Finds a target in Murphy. 80 out from home will send them back into attack. He's looking for Duncan. Out the back, the one-handed grab. That was fantastic. Well done, Amin, to take that one. And he hits up a target in Bayer.
Need to find someone here.
Need to get one back on the board before half-time. Camilleri, half-back line. Certainly had plenty of the football in the opening half.
He's probably been their best player.
Yeah, I think so. I would agree with that as he goes down the line. Hicks is out the back if he can get there. Almost taking the mark, Odden. The famous long sleeve jumper. Wignall. Swung around, got the handball off McCormack, keeping it in. Gets away from plan and looks inbound, looking for Tout. I've got plenty of numbers around this footy. And wrapped up was Tout, of Chris Tout that time. And the important one for Scoresby, 26 minutes gone second term. Can they get one back?
They've tackled a little bit better in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Their pressure has been a lot better, Scoresby.
That's Spiderly in the comments chair today. Just trying to
find a score here, don't they?
They do. They do. So Bonnet and finds Cameron Leary. Just going to slow it down. It looks like that as well.
They're certainly doing that. It's
Well,
gone to a standstill.
Well, their midfield are getting touches, but they've got no one to kick it to.
And that is
And they ran out
half time down here at Donvale Reserve. It's a big quarter from Donvale at this stage. It's 10-4-64 to Scoresby 4-2-26. Half time, of course. The goal kickers, Duncan with 2, Taup with 2, Jordovic with 1, with Giles. And, of course, 1 to Nick Murphy as well. And to Scoresby, 2 for Adam Amin, 1 to Camilleri, and 1 to Daniel Coulthard as well. So that's half-time down here at Donvale Reserve. We'll have all the action for the half-time show straight after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, the preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Donvale Reserve for the halftime show. Coming at the moment, it reads Donvale 10-4-64 to Scoresby 4-2-26. Halftime is here, and we've got the halftime show. My name's Blake Tennant, and I'll be hosting halftime, and I'm joined by Oliver. I'm not going to pronounce this right.
Luca.
Yeah. There we go. We've got that right there as well. And, of course, Jared Beelan, of course. So the two boundary reporters are joining me. Boys on the boundary, we might start with you, Oscar. So talk us through Donvale. Just really, like, their forwards have just got more options at the moment than Scoresby. How did you see that first half footy?
Yeah, 100%. I think Donvale's defence has been so good as well. They're not giving Scoresby any opportunities to get forward, or barely any anyways. They're just applying the pressure so well, and yeah, it's
just been really good
Yeah,
from there.
and for Jared, a Scoresby point of view, I feel like they're just too reliant on Adam and Min. Do you sort of feel that way too? The midfielders are definitely racking it up. You know, we've been seeing that, but they've got no one in the forward 50, I would say, at this stage.
Well, early in the first quarter, it definitely looked like they were trying to isolate Min, and I think they're going to continue to try and do that. But Donvale have just been too good at dropping numbers behind the ball, clogging up the forward line. And while Min, obviously, he's a dangerous player. If he gets on a tear, he could break the game open. Donvale know that. Obviously, it's a sticks out like a sore thumb when you look at Scoresby.
I think we're going to give more recognition to Nathan Mill. He's doing a terrific job on Adam Amin, and it's really showing as well. Donvale playing some good footy as well. Now, I think also, do you feel like with how this game's playing now, I'll ask both of you this question. Ethan Duncan, do you feel like there's a matchup problem with Scoresby at this stage? Like, I think at the moment, Amin is sort of on him at the moment.
Yep.
Do you think maybe Craig McKenzie should move the Magnets maybe for this second half, because he's getting off the train, Ethan Duncan?
It's a conundrum whenever anyone plays Donvale, because you don't have the luxury of trying to get a bloke 2-on-1 in the defensive line, because Donvale, there's always going to be another option popping up, especially with their wingers pushing down aggressively into the space that's created in the forward line. So they kind of have to go with that one-on-one contest and back their defender in, but sometimes it's just not going to work out, and Duncan's playing such a good game today, 4 goals in the first half.
Yeah, indeed. So we might go through some scores as well, and then after that we'll go through our tips at the end. So we'll start off in Premier, we'll start from the top. A couple interesting results, and Jared, you were on pre-game as well, and I think we're going to go straight off the topic, don't we, here? South Croydon, 7-8-50 to Berwick, 4-3-27. Now, I don't think everyone went Berwick for this game. I don't know why. That's just my beautiful opinion. But after Berwick's big win, it's a shaky one, that one.
It's an interesting one, looking at how Berwick... maybe Berwick had just been overawed by the quality that South Croydon have.
Blackburn at the moment beating Mitchum, 7-7-49 to Mitchum, 7-5-47. East Ringwood, I think they're just too dominant at the moment, 9-11-65 to Vermont, 4-3-27. Doncaster East back in front too, by the way, 7-2-44 to Rowville, 6-4-40. So that's a big one. We've been asking as well, when is that scub going to come as well? Beaconsfield lead by 2 points over Bayswater, 5-5-35 to Bayswater, 5-3-33.
Good effort by the Waters.
But you think, big grounds. Bayswater play on a big ground too, so there you go. And this one's just blowing out at the moment. South Belgrave, 9-9-63 to Mooroolbark, 4-2-26. So the Saints are just, they're just too good at this stage. But this is a big one. North Ringwood, 9-4-58 to Montrose, 3-3-21. So we move on there.
I was worried you were going to completely skip that one.
9-9-63 to Norwood, 4-4-28. So they're just hanging in there, Norwood. Boronia just flexing their muscles. Croydon, 5-4-34 to Ringwood, 2-5-17. Templestowe at the moment lead by goal, 4-8-32 to Eastfield, 4-2-20. And Heathmont, I think they're back, boys. 9-3-57 to Lilydale, 1-4-10. I don't want to say it to say.
Lilydale are vulnerable today, though. I think I need to see a little bit more from the Jets in future rounds. 8-3-51, 1-10 south to Mulgrave, 7-7-49. And Waverley Blues lead 8-6-54 to Surrey Park, 5-5-35. So a couple of interesting results there. Knox lead 10-4-64 to 4-8-32 over the Basin. Obviously this game's on at the moment. Still no score since quarter time for Fair Park and Oakley. Upper Ferntree Gully 6-6-42 to Culture 2-7-19. Ferntree Gully 9-4-58 to Sylvan 7-6-48. Tough going up there as well. It's going up the mountain, you would say. Don't know if there is a mountain. Might be wrong there. No, you're right.
Well, it is.
It is
in the mountain.
Do you call it a mountain up there? I don't say it is.
Okay. It's a mountain by Victorian standards.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
There we go. And Chirnside Park, 4 points at the moment at half time. 5-8-38 to Croydon North, 5-4-34. So interesting one, that one. Kilsyth 11-5-71. 2-4-16 Forest Hill. Warrandyte 5-3-33 to Temple, and Temple stay 5-5-35. So that's the scores around the grounds. Boys, who's your tips? I think we're going to stay with Donvale, is that correct? Or do you think there's a pulse for Scoresby?
There's a pulse, but I don't know. I think they're on life support a little bit right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'd have to say. I think Donvale's going to hold on. They've been so good so far, and Scoresby, I just don't see them coming back. They're not able to use the ball as well as Donvale's been doing, and Donvale's just shut them down all games so far. I just don't see them coming back in the second half.
Jared?
Yeah, there's a spark from Scoresby in terms of a couple of passages of play in that last 10 minutes of the game, but look, it really relies on their good ball users. I agree with the special comments of Brash, I think, saying that Hicks needs to get into the game a little bit more. He's a good ball user. I really think Matthew Traynor has faded out of the game a little bit in that second half. I didn't really see much from him, unfortunately. And Dale Hare, look, he's been mercurial today, we'll say that much, but he can be, his disposal can be great, or he can just rush it a little bit and turn it over. But that's, I think, down to the pressure of Donvale.
All right, we're going to take a break here, and the halftime show is officially over. Thanks for joining us here on side, our boundary reporters Oscar, Luca, and of course Jared Beelan today on the boundary. We're going to have a break, and then after this, the second bounce of the second half will be on straight after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round. Donvale taking on Scoresby 1v2 in Division 3. And at half-time, it is the Magpies of Donvale leading 10-4-64 to Scoresby 4-2-26. What do Scoresby have left? They need a big third term to get up and about if there are any chance of winning this game and taking the top position on the ladder. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Blake Tennant, Wayne Brasher, Matt Spiderlee, in the media van this afternoon. Spider, quickly just from you, can you see it? What are Scoresby going to do, particularly in this third term, to get back into it?
Oh, got to win more contested ball, got to get the game back on their terms, and when they transition the ball, they've got to hit up some targets and get the ball into their forward 50 and win those forward stoppages. They've just got to take a bit more territory in this term, and they've got to hit some scoreboard early on in the piece. Otherwise, Donvale will take this game away and do it comfortably.
As play resumes, thanks to our comments by Matt Spiderley and Wayne Brasher. Donvale leading at this stage, 10-4-64 to Scoresby 4-2-26. Jordovic continues on and tries to find Duncan. A little bit of a push. And as Scoresby looking to get out of it, and a kick there, that was by Bailey Marshall. We're going to the interchange bench of Donvale, and it's going to be out of bounds on the full.
That was a bit fortuitous there.
It's going to go to Daniel Coulthard. And finds Otten. Love to see his Premier Data stats on Monday. I reckon there'll be a lot of stats for this man coming into the side, of course. And he finds a teammate and he plays on immediately, but it's all Scoresby at this stage. Almost there, but a strong tackle.
Gone.
Nothing called there. Jordovic gets the hand pass. A short kick, and it's fine, and it's to Heaney. He plays on. He plays not well. Kick, it's going to go to the left. Sorry, the right, sorry, and it's through for a behind. And it's going to be Donvale 10-5-65 to Scoresby 4-2-26. A minute and a half into this third quarter.
They went into they had a position there, Scoresby, where they should have been running. They should have been gaining position and running through the midfield. In fact, and now all of a sudden they find themselves on the back foot here.
So out of defence they go. What have they got in this third term? De Geese went to fly and punch that one. The marker's been paid, even though potentially looked like De Geese had a hand to it. But either way, Riley Curry will have an opportunity for Donvale to send them back inside 50, looking in the hot spot. Watch Duncan fly for this one. And that is too easy for Beef.
He's just such a quality player. He's got good hands, hasn't he?
You can't allow him to take the front position,
you can't allow him to have that sort of run up.
Well, there's just too much rope, just too much space.
Look at that.
5. That's 5 Scoresby
in the
defenders.
Middle.
Yep.
Just earlier, Camilleri looked a little bit... he took a while to get up from that previous contest.
So Duncan...
And he's a bit ginger, I reckon.
Lining up for goal number 5. Beef puts it through. And the Magpies move to 11-5-71 now to Scoresby 4-2-26. Coming up to 3 minutes gone third term.
Exactly.
How do you stop the Beef?
Exactly what you didn't want from Scoresby. And now all of a sudden, Donvale have got the early advantage, and it's going to be really hard, Spider, for Scoresby to try and arrest any sort of momentum here.
Yeah, it is. Look, they really needed to get early inroads into this game in this half, but you've got to hand it to what Donvale are doing. They're putting a lot of pressure around the ball, and they're using the ball a lot better when they go forward.
I think you change the magnets too, boys, I reckon.
Sometimes if you don't have sometimes you might not have the players, Blake, to change the magnets.
Oh, if he's
they've got to have better ball use. I mean, there's a couple of times there where Coulthard, an example earlier, he just didn't even look when he kicked it.
Well, I'd be putting Camilleri, Train, or Ryan Hicks and have Johnson as the ruck in the midfield.
Yeah, you've got to put your best players in the middle of the ground.
And I see here Hicks is playing on a wing, but I think he needs to be playing more midfield.
There you go. Special comments. Wayne Brasher and Matt Spiley having a good talking point. And a little bit of a push, and it's going to go to Donvale, and Nicholas Day will have this one. He's probably just on the wing, down where the cricket pit nets are, and he bombs it forward to that man in Duncan, but the Min was in there. He's getting tackled, and it doesn't look good. And it's going to be a ball up at this stage. We're just in the centre Donvale's attacking forward 50. Too many options right now is causing havoc.
And they hold
for
their
Scoresby.
structure, Blake. That's the key to that. With
Yeah.
Donvale, they hold structure.
So the 2 rucks again. Scoresby finally got the numbers. Jordovic gets a hand pass. Another one. Murphy snap around the corner. It looks okay. It looks real good. Murphy kicks his second. And there you go. Donvale, they get another one. 12-5-77 to Scoresby. 4-2-26. 5 minutes in on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard of third quarter.
7 goals from stoppage, from forward stoppage. And that just is a prime example when you're on top in a game. You've got to be better than that, Scoresby. And on that occasion, they are just not at the fall of the ball. And Donvale got to hand it the way that they're playing at the moment. They're just doing everything that they're being asked of.
Rash.
Let's revisit the second half of scores in Premier. 7-4-46 Rowville, Doncaster East 7-2-44, East Ringwood 9-11-65, Vermont 4-3-27. Mitchum 7-5-47, trailing Blackburn 7-7-49, Blackburn 7-8-50, leading Berwick 4-3-27.
So back in the middle again. The margin now incredibly off now to 51 points.
This could
Just
go even
blown
deeper
out.
if they're not careful, Scoresby.
Yeah, well, we know we've seen this before live. Donvale, when they get in a hold of an opposition, they put the foot down, on the throat. 51 points, 6 minutes into this third quarter. This is 1v2. Donvale even missing a couple of their key players.
Well, they're missing their skipper and they're probably the best
Leading
ruckman in the comp.
So pretty impressive. Out of mid-air was Johnson, gaining some territory. Here's Camilleri, keeps it in front of him. Can't quite pick it up on this second attempt. And now it's turned over through Wignall. And Donvale on that far side go down the line. There's Cooper Frith getting involved for the Magpies. Zalak towards the middle of the ground. Jordovic taking the mark as someone is bothering us in the media van.
I think he's asking where Corwin's playing.
Well, they're not playing here. So Marshall moving the ball down. Can Scoresby go forward now through Delrain? Sock it off the ground.
Got a friend there, Brash.
Mate.
I don't know, but he just completely distracted me, that bloke.
Well, he
was eyeballing us from way away too. He came all the way over.
Don't worry, he threw me off guard.
We've had a few people come over to the van, one at Churnside Park, and now
There's 1,000 people at the ground, and he had to come and ask us. No,
Tom Walnerek
no, good on him.
has
Good on
ended
him.
up with a set shot here.
Yeah, let's concentrate
So
on the game.
Walnerek, much needed one for Scoresby, looking for their first of the term. Walnerek from outside 50, good kick. It's got its distance. Can that give some life to the Magpies side? They moved to 5-2-32, trailing Donvale 12-5-77. 7.5 minutes gone, three-quarter time.
Well, they've got to spark them, don't they, Brash? Got to spark them. It's got to try and spark this team for Scoresby. They've got to now go back to the middle and get another one.
Say they needed that goal was probably the biggest understatement of the year.
Maybe Scoresby need some more distractions for us.
But just their method has to improve. And if they can use the ball a little bit better.
Yes,
I agree. And even if they can just make some inroads, like they might not win the game, but just make it a contest in the second half.
Yeah, Lee, I'm not sure. Did that guy not think we were busy?
Yeah, well, I don't know. We didn't need to turn the lights on, so he didn't first. Did he actually, Brash? Did he say his mate Fodia here or
no?
No.
Anyway, back to this game. Strong tackle.
He just wanted to know where Baldwin was playing.
Well, I think he needs to check the record. It's out and about at the moment.
Yes. Oh, well. What do you say? I'm always happy to help our fellow EFNL supporters.
You do a very good job, Brash. Bring a smile to everyone's faces, Brash. As they get a hit out to Scoresby. As they get a kick, that was by Tim de Geest, the captain of Scoresby. And Donvale just got all the numbers, and that's a strong tackle. Should be
That's
gone.
ball.
That
He's
has to
dragged it
be.
back
It has to be, but
I
it's
think
not.
he's very hard done by. That should have been a free
Boundary.
Been a few of them.
Umpires obviously.
Let's go boundary side with Jared Peelan.
Yeah, interesting move that Scoresby have made of throwing Tom Walnerek forward. It looks like to give another option and maybe throw his weight around, put some pressure on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jared.
Got to do something. Throw the magnets around. Have a go.
Giles
Nothing to
first.
lose.
So they get a kick on the wing down of Donvale Reserve. Kind of where the Donvale bench is. Brunning will get this. And it will be, no, Giles gets another, picks it up. It's a bit of a pass and parcel.
What's umpire Brad Pulley? Oh, he's given holding the ball.
Holding the ball.
Yeah, kick him on.
Yeah.
So it's going to go to number 11 in Mikhaili Zalek. He plays on, gets it inside the forward 50. Duncan, bit of a push, but not cold, but they're going to kick. Donvale in Plumridge. He bombs it to Brunning. Just slowing things down on Scoresby at this stage. Interesting haircut here by Brunning too, by the way.
Straight out of the 80s.
Can they get some overlap run here, Brash, Scoresby?
The ball throw in. Let's go Scoresby with Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, let's go to Div 1. We've got Beaconsfield 6-6-42 leading Bayswater 5-6-36. South Belgrave 11-12-78 leading Mooroolbark 5-3-33. North Ringwood 10-4-64 leading Montrose 4-3-27. And Boronia 11-10-76 leading Norwood 4-4-28.
Sorry, what was the third one you just said then?
No, just keep going. Back to the game.
Right, so we're losing.
You can burn that result, I think.
North Ringwood were in front.
I'm just reading the scores out as it is, Blake.
So Hicks to DeGeest.
No comments.
Camilleri taking a bounce. Inside 50, better from Scoresby. The kick didn't really suit Adam Amin, but trapped it, kept it in play, got the handball away. A shot on goal. Going wide to the left, just boundary throw in here.
The one thing that Scoresby have not been able to do is play any sort of play through their midfield and in the corridor. They've been forced wide all afternoon.
Yep. They have, yep.
Can they get back-to-back goals? They have struggled to do that this afternoon. The ball brought back into play. Deep inside, they're attacking 50. McBean got the fist forward. Ablett wrapped up and tackled by Dalhair and over the line for a minor score. So 5-3-33 Scoresby trailing Donvale 12-5-77. 11.5 minutes gone, third turn.
So McCormack will take proceedings after behind there to Scoresby. McCormack plays on. Oh, that's on a great kick and finds Traynor. Traynor just gets it inside the forward 50, looking for him in. First to get there though was Adam Cameron. He finds, oh, that's a courageous mark.
But they still couldn't make him pay, even for that poor kick.
So Kent continues on. And Donvale, they might be out.
Oh, they're out.
They are definitely out here. Marks it there. That was by Chris Tout. He's got to play it all on his own. Slow things down. He's trying to look for Duncan and finds Duncan. Kick off the ground. You beauty. That's a goal. Wow. Big beefy. Oh, he's got 6 now. 6.
But a turnover in your forward 50 turns into a defensive transition and ends up in a goal. I mean, that's just happened a few times this afternoon, Brash. And
too often. Way too often for Scoresby's like. Let's go to Div 2 and the scrap between Croydon and Ringwood keeps moving on. Croydon 5-4-34 leading Ringwood 4-7-31. Templestowe 4-9-33 leading East Burwood 4-2-26. Heathmont 10-4-64 leading Lilydale 1-7-13. Mulgrave have hit the front here 8-8-56 leading Wanturna South 8-5-53. And Waverley Blues 8-6-54 leading Surrey Park 5-5-35.
So back in the middle again. Out here at Donvale Reserve, it's a 50-point lead to Donvale, the home side. Here's Hicks. Moving the ball down the line. Can they get an opportunity through Plant? The handball over the top. Ducking and weaving. There was Traynor. Got it off. And now McBean tucked in the pocket. Finds him in. That's a great kick. And the diving mark to Adam Amin, who's already got a couple next to his name from the first term.
It's a one-man show down there, isn't it?
It is.
And so without him out there, the scoreboard would be looking even more dull. But just goes to show when you're too predictable.
So Adam Amin looking for goal number 3 for the Magpies. Comes in, not much of an angle, and makes no mistake. He's got his third, and Scoresby have their 6. 6-3-39. Scoresby trailing Donvale 13-5-83. 14 minutes gone, third term.
You look there. There's at times when Scoresby do get the ball, they just their inability to look what they're actually going to do when they dispose of it. A couple of times they've looked inside, they're not sure whether to give off. and they've elected to go to the outside. So I just think they've just got to be a little bit more conservative and have a bit more of a think about what they're doing when they want to get the ball forward.
Well, also got a spare moment. Div 3, Knox 11-6, leading the Basin 5-10. No score yet from... I haven't got any scores from Fair Park or Oakley. I'm sure someone will put something for me. Upper Gully 7-7-49, leading Coldstream 2-7-19. And Furniture Gully 10-4-64, leading Sylvan 8-7-55. Oakley District 7-5-47, a trailing Fair Park 7-8-50. Thank you.
No worries. So finally Scoresby get one back as well. It kicked 2 this quarter, of course.
It's been a bit better, hasn't it, Blake?
A little bit, but still Donvale just too dominant, you would say, as well. So they get a hand pass, and first to get there will be Mikali Zarlak. And he finds number 7 and Ryan Hicks, who we've been talking about. Needs to get involved. He does. He gets a kick there to Rumph. Rumph. He's on the wing of Donvale. They're bombing into Scoresby. A lot of white jumpers. Of course, Scoresby wearing the Clash jumpers today. That's going to be a ball up. So 13-5-83 plays Scoresby 6-3-39 of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Dump kicks are just not going to get it done.
No. So they get a kick. That was by number 70, Matt Johnson. Again, this great Donvale side. They bomb it forward, but a mark taken there. That was by Brunning. He's doing okay at the moment.
He's been good.
He's been pretty solid. Doing all the kick-ins I've noticed as well. As Hicks again on the wing, we've been heavily been talking about. Big fly, no one really getting to the ball. Smothered kick. And another, then Rumph gets a kick for Scoresby. And a big tackle. It's a hard man to tackle him. And that's going to be a ball up just on the pocket sort of end for the Scoresby forwards line.
Need to lock it in here, Scoresby. Try and create another score.
So Donvale currently 13-5-83 to Scoresby 6-3-39. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Round 8 action. It is 1v2. Both sides have only lost the one game this season. Zalix, handball towards Cameron. Out of bounds, so boundary throw-in. 17 minutes gone, third turn, Brash.
I'll go around in Div 4. We've got Churnside 5-8-38, leading Croydon North Enlock 5-4-34. Killside look home here 14-6-90, leading Forest Hills 3-4-22. And Warrandyte have put the foot down here 8-7-55, leading Bulleen Templestone 5-6-36.
Juggling that one was Kent, went without it. Here's Hicks, right boot. Ryan Hicks fires the Magpie army up in the pocket. 7-3-45 to Donvale 13-5-83. 7.5 minutes, third term. And he's been good this quarter.
He has. He's really involved. He's really stepped up. But as we just alluded to, they needed to keep that ball in their forward line, and that's what they haven't been able to do for the majority of the afternoon when there has been stoppage. So now that they have been able to turn a couple of those into goals, that'll give them a little bit of confidence. And Hicks, he just finished off his work beautifully there.
Yeah, they've actually slowed the tempo down, which I don't think Donvale don't like playing that tempo type football.
No, they don't, and that's reflected of what happened last year. Remember in that grand final.
Thank you, boys. I think it's back-to-back goals for Scoresby.
It is.
Well, first time in this game. Traynor gets a kick. It's going to go to the wing of Donvale where the interchange benches are. Giles gets a hand pass. And it's kind of at the centre, you would say. First to get there will be number 15 there in Bailey Marshall, but a lot of black jumpers in Donvale. Again, a boot and kick, not much doing at the moment, not to the directed teammate. Again,
Boundary.
tackled, and it's going to go. Let's go boundary side of Jared Beelan.
If Scoresby have a chance in this game, they need to find the corridor because they're constantly being forced towards the pockets, and that's going to force them to score from stoppages, which isn't the most reliable source. So they just need to put a bit more speed on the ball, find the corridor, and try and.
That's what they're good at, Joe.
Murphy snap around the corner. Oh, don't tell me.
And they need to stop that from happening too.
That is the goal. I reckon that's the goal of the day contender. Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals.
Off 1 foot.
Just absolute brilliance there from Nick Murphy a champion from Donvale, and that moves the score to 14-5-89 to Scoresby, 7-3-45, 19 minutes and a bit into this third quarter.
And when you've got players that can do that, Brash, that's just the luxury that you have.
A titanic struggle developing here between Rowville and Doncaster East. It's Doncaster East 8-2-50 leading Rowville 7-5-47. East Ringwood 10-12-72 leading Vermont 6-3-39. Blackburn 11-8-74 leading Mitchum 9-6-60. And South Croydon 10-9-69 leading Berwick 4-4-28.
So back here, Donvale pushing forward again over the top of the Giles' head. Out here is Jordovic. Has a bit of time to steady up and put in the direction of Duncan. Ball bounces out, so a boundary throw in here deep inside the forward 50 for the Magpies. Donvale, of course, both nicknamed the Magpies, which has made it a little bit difficult.
We've been okay with that, I reckon.
Yeah.
One's certainly swooping at the moment. The other one's being swooped.
That's right. This ball to be brought back into play.
I was waiting for those that joke, boys. I knew
20
that
and
was
a half minutes gone. Here's Tout, got the handball away. Murphy kicked the last one. Moving him in. Stole it from him.
See, I wouldn't want to be bear hugged by him, would you? Nick Murphy.
Yeah.
His
look
dad
out.
just walked
Big
past
boy.
in front of us too. He's also a big fella.
He's a big boy.
So ball up inside 50 here for the Magpies. They've got a strong lead at the moment. Dal here looking for DeGeest. Able to take the mark.
I think DeGeest has been well held this afternoon. He's really struggled to have any influence on the contest.
Yeah, no impact.
Short kick to Kazada, goes inbound. Finds Traynor. Has Hicks in the middle if he uses him, but instead goes wide. And that's where I think Jared was talking about. Potentially just use the corridor and take the risk at this stage. Marshall, though, is an impressive mark. McBean juggling this one. They move this forward now. Richard's going to run onto this. He's cut off. Curry with the handball. And now Rump for Scoresby steals it. Looking for a min. He does well to trap it in front of him, but the ball still ends up in the hands of Nathan Mill, who takes on an opponent. Not quite enough for holding the ball. I think that's the right call.
Let's go to Div 1. Beaconsfield 7-7-49 leading Bayswater 6-6-42. South Belgrave look like they're home here. 14-14-98. Mooroolbark 5-3-33.
And that one is holding the ball this time.
North Ringwood 10-5-65 leading Montrose 4-5-29. And Boronia 11-11-77 leading Norwood 4-4-28.
So Adam Amin will be looking for goal number 4.
You reckon he's got the legs here, boys?
He's got the legs.
Yeah, I'd back him in.
You back him in?
Yeah. The angle quite tough. Probably we're not in the best position to view how
he's probably
significant of.
He's their best goal scoring opportunity in out of the 22 players on the ground.
That's right.
Blake.
Back him in most times. Doesn't miss too often. This is a tough kick though. So Adam Amin lines up and has put it through. So the Magpies, they're just hanging around. 8-3-51 Scoresby. Donvale 14-5-89. Margin back to 38 points. 22 coming up to 23 minutes gone third term. And
he's working hard though.
Yeah.
He's working hard.
He is.
He's doing everything right, and he's making a can on the scoreboard, and that was just a terrific kick.
Is this the biggest difference, Brash, at the moment? Obviously, he looks super dangerous up forward. But then you go back to Donvale's end, and there's 3 or 4 that look really dangerous, like they get off the chain.
It's the numbers game, Ryan, that are going to do Scoresby in here.
Thank you. There's a min. I think that's now. No, it's not. Murphy just kicked that one as well. So I've got 4 goals apiece to both sides as well. So they continue on. Clearance kick there. That was by Riley Curry. Got the numbers to Scoresby. They got a short kick on the wing now. And that's, I don't know.
No, that was on the ground.
It's going to be a ball up. So
sometimes you've got to have a more. If Scoresby outscore Donvale in the quarter, at least they can score a moral victory here.
Indeed. So on the wing now of the opposite end of the ground. Traynor just a soccer kick. Donvale return. Murphy would get this. He kicked a really good goal before. Just The pressure's been flooded at the moment by Scoresby. A strong tackle. And that's going to be another ball up. So we're nearly at the stage of the cricket pitch down here. Beautiful day of footy. This is probably one of the best days. If I was playing, I would love to be in these conditions.
Is that just a pipe dream, Blake?
I'll continue on as a great mark. That's a great mark there. That was taken by Woolnerick.
Okay, well, he's given a little bit of spice down there since he's gone down there, Woolnerick.
Well, he's competed,
So
Brash, and that's the main thing.
Bombs it forward. Amin gets a hand pass up around the corner by Hicks. Is it? No.
Oh, it's gone.
Bounced to wrong.
It's bounced 90 degrees to the left for a point.
Jeez, nice. That was a wrong one. You would say, and that moves the score to 8-5-53 to Donvale.
That was great vision from Amin to get it out to Hicks in the first place.
Oh, it was.
Right in front of him.
Yep, Max Odden here in the back pocket for Donvale. Just looking to slow things down.
Well,
tempo footy here.
Max knows how to play. That's Max's wheelhouse, the old tempo footy.
Yeah, it's his strength.
Kick from Vathakos, smothered by Camilleri over and out.
Whilst we're got a boundary throw in, Croydon and Ringwood in a Dow struggle, 6-5-41 Croydon, Ringwood 4-8-32, Templestowe 6-10-46, East Burwood 5-2-32, Heathmont 11-4-70, Lilydale 1-7-13.
So back in play here, Camilleri got the handball away, Delrain looking for it in. He's got about 5 Donvale players around him. You can see how dangerous he is. They're looking to escape. Here's Hicks again, picks it up, gets past one on the right boot. That's still in play, in fact. Adam Amin looking to chase this one. Donvale under a bit of pressure. They were able to steady the kick, though. Looks to be cut off here if Hare can run onto it. Bouncing footy, 26.5 minutes gone. Can they get one back late? They look to go.
That was too
There
high.
is a high free kick, so Camilleri will earn himself one. He looks exhausted out there. He's definitely been one of their best contributors this afternoon and looks for the inbound target. Slipped through the hands, out the back. Trainor's there, got the handball forward. Cooper Frith tried to take a kick forward, and now the Magpies of Donvale are able to get the attack off the half-back line. They're looking inside 50. Duncan in front of Byer. Byer out at the back as the boundary line beats both of them.
And quickly, Ryan finishing off Div 2. Wani South 10-8-68 in a nail-biter with Mulgrave 9-9-63. Waverley Blues 8-6-54. Holding Surrey Park at bay at the moment 5-5-35.
Jeez, Surrey Park. We've got one Surrey Park man. They'll be a bit shattered at the moment.
Is there a potential draw brewing between Rowville and Donny East?
Possibly.
Look at that score.
The Warren Smith Baird Cup as the play continues on the pocket. Brunning involved, really strong contributor. And that will be out of bounds. So boundary throw in.
The effort has been much better this quarter by Scoresby. They've really, lifted their intensity, pressure around the ball.
Yep, agree there. I think Rise, as the scoreboard reads, they've kicked 4 goals in this third quarter.
Bit more urgency as well.
Tackle, sort of from the angle, sort of the 50 arc of where Donvale's kicking at this stage. So they'll need a big last quarter if Scoresby want to win this game, because Donvale, I feel like they've done the work early before half time. Another tackle. It's going to be.
I'll quickly give you a couple of Div 3. Knox 11-6-72 leading the Basin 5-13-43. And Upper Gully 8-9-57 leading Coldstream 3-8-26.
So back here at Donvale Reserve, we're approaching three-quarter time, almost 29 minutes gone. Donvale looking for one more before three-quarter time. Giles breaking away in the direction of Beef. Out the back, the one hand, and he's going to get himself a free kick. No, it is Daniel Byers' free kick, in fact. I thought it was probably a bit of
just read the play while by.
I think that
a bit
was
of
50-50.
Yeah, I think
maybe just let it.
Yeah, play on for mine.
The Dale Hare. He's won himself a free kick.
Yeah, that
and,
one he was holding.
Tout not happy with that either.
Finally, Sylvan 12-7-79 hold a 14-point lead over Furniture Gully 10-5-65.
A big intercept mark there for Donvale. They still want one more.
They've been challenged this quarter.
And at three-quarter time, there's your siren. And it is Donvale 14-5-89 leading Scoresby 8-4-52. And we'll be back in just a moment for the final term of action and hear from Tony Weeks at the three-quarter time huddle. It is the Eastland match of the round 1v2. Donvale 89, Scoresby 52.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Back to Donvale Reserve for the Eastland match of the round 1v2 in Division 3, and Donvale lead it over Scoresby 14-5-89 to the Magpies 8-4-52. 37-point lead, but that third quarter was a lot more even. Scoresby certainly not throwing in the towel just yet. They're making this a bit more of a contest in the second half, but it is the Ethan Duncan show. He's kicked 2 goals in every quarter. He's got a bag of 6. Murphy's got 3. Jack Tout's got a couple. Jordovic and Tommy Tout as well. With singles, Adam In has 4 of Scoresby's 8 goals. But we're going to hear from Tony Weeks in just a moment. But Ryan Long, Blake Tennant, Wayne Brash and Matt Smiley in the van. And Brash, I believe you've got some scores in Premier Division and around the grounds as well that are worth having a look at right now.
Yeah, Titanic struggle developing here between Doncaster East and Rowville in Premier. It's Doncaster East 8-5-53, leading Rowville 7-8-50. Vermont are still hanging in there, but they're 31 points down to East Ringwood 11-12-78 to 7-5-47. Blackburn have flexed their muscles 12-9-81 to Mitchum 9-6-60. And South Croydon have put the foot on the pedal here. They're 12-12-84, leading Berwick 4-4-28. Let's move on to Division 1, shall we? And we've got Beaconsfield 7-8-50 leading Bayswater 7-6-58. South Belgrave 15-15, 105 leading Mooroolbark 6-3-39. North Ringwood 12-5-77 leading Montrose 5-5-35. And Boronia 15-12, 102 leading Norwood 4-4-28. Into Division 2.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side.
I got Tony Weeks, head coach of Donvale, with me. Tony, the third quarter, they took it up to you a little bit. Do you like a little bit the Donvale creativity?
Oh, I think we probably went into our shell a little bit, thought we'd maybe done enough, and just dropped off our intensity.
And what was the message at three-quarter time to repair that a little bit?
I'll just go back to what we were doing in the first half.
Easy peasy. Good luck with the game.
Very short and sharp.
A man of many words is our Tony Weeks from Donvale.
Verbose.
Does it remind you of Colo or not?
Yeah, a little bit. It was.
They've probably gone to the same school.
I got just a bit behind the curtain. It was very hard to hear him address the coaches, address the players.
What curtain was that? The Iron Curtain.
So he took. I saw that. He's very softly spoken, which is exactly the same as Kevin Collins.
Exactly.
All right,
exactly.
quickly, Div. Let's go quickly, Div 2. Croydon 6-5-41, Ringwood 4-8-32, Templestowe 7-10-52, East Burwood 5-2-32, Heathmont look home hit 12-4-76, Lilydale 1-7-13. Wanturna South have got away here 12-11-83, Mulgrave 9-10-64, and Waverley Blues 8-6-54 lead Surrey Park 5-5-35.
Back in the middle again. It's a 37-point lead to Donvale going into this last quarter. Curry with the handball forward. There's Kent. Towards the half-forward line. Great intercept mark from Daniel Byer. Looks to play on straight away. The handball to Kazazada. Over the top of McBean's head. And into the hands of Rumpf. Donvale gets some numbers back to this one and we'll get a ball up centre wing.
Got to keep taking the game on here, Scoresby, like they did in the last quarter.
Just don't go back into your shell. Yep. Just keep attacking that and playing the game, your game. That's what they have to do here now, Scoresby.
So they'll go forward through Curry. Been good today, I thought. And out the back there, Amin takes the mark and gets one back over Duncan. Short kick forward, it's cut off. Oh, I've just given it back to him. And Beach has missed. Oh, he was looking for goal number 7.
Well, he's never going to get an easier chance than that, is he?
The moment he released it, his hands have gone in the air going, no!
Can we put that on the blooper? Running, plays on. He's been a real good player today for Scoresby.
Yeah, been a good contributor.
Just not enough. Giles kicks it inside. Takes a bounce. He's in trouble here. Hey! The party tricks are out here. The candy shop's open.
Sign him up for the high jump.
Tyler Rumpf. Inclusion today. Finds Hare.
He's off. He was off.
Hare plays on. Looking for McBean. Going to push out. And the play continues. It looks it's going to go to the right and it's going to go through from behind. So 14-6-90 Donvale to Scoresby 8-5-53.
Min looking a little frustrated there, was on the lead as a potential option, but...
And so he should have been frustrated because that ball just clearly should have got to him a little bit quicker.
So McCormack to take the kick in here for Donvale, and we'll look to just load up right down the middle of the ground. No one able to take the mark. Ball hits the deck. Here's McBean. McBean towards goal. Has missed again for the Magpies.
But there's some good signs there, Ryan. When they get the re-entry there, that's what they've got to try and do.
Let's quickly go to Div 3. Knox 11-6-72 leading the Basin 6-14-50. Oakley District 7-9-51 leading Fair Park 6-6-42. Sylvan 14-7 has skipped away here against Ferntree Gully 14-7-91 to Ferntree Gully 10-5-65 and Upper Gully 11-10-76. Look home against Coldstream 4-9-33.
Sounds like the Bears are poised for a big final quarter, gents.
So Zarlak and Christian finds a great mark taken. And that might be 25. It is.
He must have thought he was playing on or something.
So that'll be, of course, Riley Curry who'll have this.
Am I right that Jared was the only one that took that picked the basin?
That is correct.
So Tout and Jack bombs it forward for Donvale, looking for Beefy. Ethan Duncan, and that's going to be free.
Like to see the We'll look at the replay on that one.
Is that a soft free, you would say?
I wouldn't mind seeing the free kick count for the whole day. I think it'd be interesting reading.
Premier
Oh,
data.
yeah, he's got the jumper, I guess.
Premier data will come in on Monday,
That was a free
fresh,
kick, yeah.
or Tuesday. You'll be tuning into that.
Well, we can't even download the results at the moment. The website keeps having a hissy fit.
Anyway, Duncan on an angle with the 50 arc for Donvale can line up and kick his 7th. He already sprayed one before. Let's see if he can kick this one. I don't want to jinx him. He lines up, and it's through for another behind. So that moves the score to 14-7-91 to Scoresby, 8-6-54. We've gone 4 minutes and a bit into this final quarter. Right.
So Scoresby clearing this one out of defence. And out the back here they go. Can they go coast to coast? Dale Hare's the bounce, if he can just pick it up. Goes inbound to find a target. That's smart thinking. And finds Matt Traynor. Didn't blaze away and have a shot himself.
I'd have to
look for the option.
Sorry, Ryan. I've got to say that I think Camilleri is clearly, and I mean clearly, been Scoresby's best player today.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And that was good transition. Probably their best passenger play for the afternoon.
So Matty Traynor has come across from Rowville. Had a good start to the season. Can he bring this margin back to 31 points? You bet he can.
Good on Matty Traynor.
9-6-60 scores.
Boundary.
Donvale 14-7-91, 5 minutes gone final term. Let's go down the boundary to Oscar.
Yeah, I was just at that Scoresby huddle at 3/4 time there, and some surprisingly positive stuff from coach Craig McKenzie, despite the score at the moment. But he does want to shut down Donvale's use from stoppages in this last term.
Thanks, Oscar. As we get 5 minutes into this final term and 31 points, Blake.
Yeah,
they've cut it down.
A little bit. So first to get there would be Camilleri. He finds Traynor looking to get him. Eventually will pick it up.
Here we go.
He gets it on the boot.
Here we go.
Finds Hare. He's been a true champion at this club, hasn't he, Dale Hare?
All right, hear me out. If he kicks this, back to 25 points.
No, I'm not. I'm still backing in my Magpies of Donvale. So Hare lines up on an angle. If he kicks this, there's a little bit of a hope. It's through.
There's
and
a
it's
pulse.
a goal. There's a pulse there, up there, Ryan. Look at that one. No, 14-7-91. And to Scoresby, 10-6-66. 6 minutes into this final quarter. Let's go boundary with Oscar.
The crowd's up and about down here. There might still be a pulse in this game.
There could be Oscar, but it's the momentum. At the moment, they do have it. They've got the last couple of clearances, but it's also their ability to transition the ball, which they weren't able to do earlier on in the game. A lot better method when they go forward. So they're giving themselves a chance.
They've also shifted Hare into the forward line, putting McBean in the midfield for this quarter.
It's good coaching.
So
He's
back
giving himself a chance.
in the middle again. That's where they've probably evened up a little bit, Brash.
Quickly, Kilsyth 15-8-98. Look home against Forest Hills 4-4-28. Warrandyte heading for a big win here 12-8-80 against Bulleen Temp 5-8-38.
Here's Hicks. Got it off to McBean. McBean streaming inside 50, looking for a min over the top of his head, and almost at that point could have gone for it himself, but it's okay. They've locked it inside forward 50.
Probably just chose the wrong option there, Ryan, but it does give him an advantage of a forward stoppage here.
He probably thought it was the safe option because any more steps he would have been taken
correctly.
down.
Not sure if it's a final score, but Croydon North and Churnside are 73 points apiece here.
Here's Camilleri. Got the handball away, looking for Traynor. McBean, did he cop one high? Umpire's on the other side of him, so he's never going to be able to see it if he did, but I think it would have been the right call anyway. 10-6-66 to 14-7-91. The margin was 51 points at one stage, is back to 25. They get one here for out of this stoppage. Here's Cooper Frith. Moving forward, Traynor. They want in the back, but umpire says no, so we'll Ball it up, do it again, but edging closer to the Scoresby goals. 8.5 minutes gone, final term.
I think they've been the better side since half-time, Scoresby.
I agree. So Min's going to go up in the ruck here. Camilleri went through his legs. Zalek stolen by Traynor out the back. Walnerek's there if he can control it. And out of bounds. So that's probably a good result for Scoresby.
Yeah, that Churnside game is 12 minutes into the last quarter between them and Hemlock. It's all tied up at 73 points apiece.
And Lee Odermatt's got 5 goals too, by the way, if you're tuning in from the car. As play resumes. Oh, the Scoresby faithful up at about. Oh, what do you call that? The Magpie Army as well?
A couple of Magpie Armies here.
The flocks.
So I'm in the rack. He's been enormous. He's kicked the 4. Donvale again looking so pressured in their defensive arc here. Scoresby doing really well, just keeping it in there. And if you look around, I'm looking out at the window now. Scoresby have really set up well for this this kick in.
Forward pressure's been good, Blake.
It has. Get in there would be Makali Zarlak. He gets it forward, and that's going to be a holding free. It's going to go to Donvale.
In the back.
And Duncan, beefy, big beefy, plays on. He's just got a big thumping boot. Tries to find his duo in Murphy. And finds Curry.
Amazing. If he kicks that goal, they're about 50 points up. Duncan.
Curry gets it inside forward. Mark taken. And that's going to go to number 36 in the buy-up.
But it does appear that they did go through the motions a little bit, Donvale.
Yeah, they were just grinding the gears there for a while at the moment, Spider.
Crowd's getting involved. I can just feel it. Toby Richards has now got the ball.
Another goal, they might get a bit nervous.
Yeah.
Doncaster East are asking all the questions of Rowville at the moment.
Yeah. Score. Go score quickly, Brush.
10-5-65 leading Rowville 7-8-50.
Yeah. Scoresby again. They get it on the boot. It's a strong one. But there's a lot of black jumpers in Donvale involved, and another strong tackle. Oh, the pressure's getting here. The Scoresby faithful's getting right behind their team. They know that it's going. It could bring back some flashbacks for Donvale.
They're all starting to move a little slower now too.
But even if they don't win the game, this is something that they can work on in the back end of the year when these teams meet again.
Yes, indeed. Curry gets a hit out. Finds Delrain. Another strong tackle.
High free kick.
Yeah, he ran right into him.
The one thing that Scoresby have been able to do now is they've just started to sow it. They've sowed a little bit of seed of doubt in Donvale's mind here, that Donvale know that they just can't afford to take their foot off the pedal.
So Traynor plays on immediately. Richards, sorry. Richards some things. And finds almost a mark, not taken. Hand pass there by Wignall. And again, Zarlak and Christian. Mark taken there, that was by Tout. Pressure's building on Donvale here. Tries to find Duncan. Almost can. They get a boot there. That was by Tommy Tout. Hand pass there by Hicks. And here comes Duncan again. Snuts around the corner. Oh, again, it's just an unlucky bounce down in that pocket. And that brings the score to 14-8-92 to Scoresby 10-6-66, 12 minutes into this final quarter. Let's go to Joe Beelan on the bench.
I just watched Trent Schubert for Scoresby come off holding his hip there, so I'll keep an eye on that.
So they've just been able to take the sting out of Scoresby's momentum, Donvale, in the last 5 minutes. Murphy now in towards a hot spot, and who other than Ethan Duncan.
Whilst we've got a quick moment, Ryan, East Ringwood 11-13-79, leading Vermont 7-5-47. Blackburn look home here. Blackburn 13-12-90, leading Mitchum 9-6-60. And South Croydon are heading for their second win in a row here, 14-12-96, Berwick 4-8-32.
So the big man Ethan Duncan with 6 goals next to his own name. Now looking for goal number 7. And to snuff out any late Scoresby hope of a comeback. Duncan We're right behind this one. It's goal number 7 for Ethan. And Donvale now moved to 15-8-98 to 10-6-66 Scoresby.
That might be the sealer, I reckon. I don't want to go the early
Well,
code.
I think it is the sealer, but it just goes to show you how when they've needed to transition that ball, then they were able to do it. But it's just you can tell that because they couldn't get themselves an opportunity there, Scoresby. I think they were a little bit disappointed, but they were able to move the ball back the other way.
Churnside are a point in front, 14 minutes into the last quarter. It's 11-14, 80, I think, to 12-7-79. Croydon North, Emlock.
Yeah, 1 point game at the moment down there at Hughes Park, 79-80.
Thought that one would be close.
Who do you go, Spider?
I tipped Churnside Park, but I feel like I should have tipped Croydon North for my roughie. Now I'm ruining that one.
That's all right. Happens to the best of us.
I got it last week, so I can't complain.
Yep. But back to this game. It looks like Riley Curry's going to have this.
Had a great game.
Yeah, I reckon he has. And then the run to the wing now, where the Donvale need to change. And first to get there will be Heaney. Mark taken. That was by Coulthard. Daniel. I think Scoresby, they just need to get it in there because time's going to run out. I did say it was over. Alton involved. Hand pass to Donvale get. Love hand passes and they finally get out and kick there. That was by Harry Ablett. Here comes scores. Oh no, they were 2 hands for beginners, my friend. I'm sorry. As they play on here, that was by Harrison Giles. And he's got a paddock open. Lions up. That's the game. Put the game to bed. Night. And there you have it. 16-8, 104 to Scoresby. 10-6, 66, 15 and a bit. Gone. 9
goals from turnover today, and that's really been the telling factor of what's happened there. In Scoresby have coughed the ball up, they've paid it ultimately on the scoreboard, but got to hand it to the way that Donvale were able to transition the ball there. They just did it fast, they did it methodically, and in the end it was punished from the poor mistake.
Upset brewing down at home park. Bayswater 10-8-68 leading Beaconsfield 8-8-56.
Really? The big ground.
Uh-oh, Jared said they'll go goalless.
Bayswater. Yeah. He also reckons the Bears will win, but, you know.
That's all right. We all tip Beaconsfield. That is a big upset brewing.
If these kids could. What was that? I forgot.
We'll talk about that later. As McBean goes forward, looking for a rump. Out the back, Donvale got some numbers. And they're going to raffle it off through Zalek. He hits up target and tout. He was trying to get it to Curry. He was turned over. Camilleri. And using the middle of the ground. Hicks is there looking for a min. Mill out the back. Has a teammate there in Ablett. But uses it quite nicely. It's a 1-on-2 though. In favour of Scoresby. Ball goes out the back to Curry. Camilleri getting in there. Ball held up. 17 minutes gone final term. 16-8, 104 Donvale, 10-6-66 Scoresby.
Hasn't he been sensational today, boys? Nathan Mill for Donvale doing a really good job on one of the best forwards in the competition, you would say.
He's really kept him touchless.
So back to action. Donvale get a clearing kick yet again. Running involved with Jordovic to swoop this one up. He does. Gets it to the pocket of Donvale, looking for Duncan. Springs around, gets a hand pass. Back to Duncan. And he's just going to step outside, and it's going to be a boundary throw in.
Well, South Belgrave aren't disappointing their supporters as they rack another 20 goals on the scoreboard this week. They're 17-18, 120 leading Mooroolbark 6-3-39.
Yep.
Nice percentages.
Yep. Percentage is big. Gets a kick. That was by Chris Tout.
He's kicked it. Oh, you're joking me.
Wowee. Boy, oh boy, wowee.
Under the radar.
As Chris Tout kicks that one for Donvale, and that's their 17th of the day. 17-8, 110 to 10-6, 66. Donvale at the moment on the Bendigo Bank, 18 minutes in. I think that's another contender for the goal of the day, boys, you would say?
Yeah, I'd have to say so.
I think North Ringwood look home here. North Ringwood 12-6-78, leading Montrose 5-8-38. And Boronia are doing what Boronia do, 18-14-122, leading Norwood 4-5-29.
Sorry, missed the North Ringwood score.
Hang on. It's just the burner
Okay,
firing
move
up.
it back to the footy, boys. Back to the footy now. Come on, Ryan. Finish this game off.
All right, back in the middle he goes. 110 plays 66. Donvale going to walk away with their 8th win of the season, move to 8-1. The game clear on top of the ladder. And back in the middle again, we'll do it all again. They've been super impressive, as they always are, as we just check the score. Richmond leading GWS 21-6. It's good.
Beauty, go Tigers.
Donvale East now 20 points up over Rowville. 11-6-72. Rowville 7-10-52.
It's out in the middle. Sinisic. Kent's there. Picked up by Hicks. Doing quite nicely on second attempt with Charlie Kent. Wignall. Bouncing ball over the line and over the fence.
East Ringwood.
Pretty sure that was over the.
East Ringwood 12-14-86 to look home against Vermont 7-6-48. Blackburn look home here against Mitchum. Blackburn 15-12-102. Mitchum 9-7-61. And calling it here at South Croydon 14-14-98. Leading Berwick 4-9-33. Croydon North now 85. Churnside 92 with 3 minutes to go.
Interesting as the ball back in towards the middle of the ground. Kazada got a bit of work to do, got off to De Geest. We use the corridor to go forward, bouncing in their forward half. Picked up by Plant. Goes back and hits up a target in Johnson. He'll be in range to have a shot from here, be kicking pretty much on the arc. He'll take his best, but...
Well, he's looking to hand it off.
He's going to have the shot
Well, he was
from
looking to hand
outside
it
the
off.
arc. Good looking kick. It's going to just fall short. In fact, it goes across the line for a minor score. So 17.
thinks he's marked that still.
Yeah, he almost tried to claim that one. Scoresby moved to 10-7-67. Donvale 17-8-110. 20 minutes gone, final term.
Yep, as McCormack has all the kickings at the moment, and that's a mark taken to Cameron.
Hasn't the sting gone out of this game very quickly?
Yeah,
we got excited for a second.
I think the players are looking to get off the ground to figure out what's going on post-match. Again, Scoresby, they've got numbers to the ball here. They can stop around the corner, get smothered away. And the pressure again by Donvale has been terrific. A lot of chain of hand passes, and that's just going to roll out of bounds. It's going to be a boundary throw-in.
Whilst we've got a boundary throw-in here, Blake, in Division 2, Croydon look home 9-9-63, Ringwood 5-9-39, Templestowe 8-12-60, East Burwood 7-3-45, Heathmont 13-7-85, Lilydale 5-8-38.
Thank you, Brash. Jets could be back too, by the way.
Mulgrave aren't going away. Wanturna South 13-11-89. Mulgrave 11-12-78. Waverley Blues 8-6-54. Surrey Park 5-5-35. But we haven't had a score from there for a while.
Told that person on Play HQ to update the scores. So under pocket now of Donvale Reserve. Doing a lot of good things. Donvale snap around the corner. That's looking okay. And it's through. It is. And that's another one for Scoresby. They get one through.
Another Tobin Brothers goal today. That was it. It was De Geest.
De Geest, the captain. It's a hard one to judge with his performance today. He's been well looked after.
I have a final in Division 4.
Here we go.
Churnside Park have won by 8 points. 13-15-93, defeating Croydon North M-Lock 13-7-85.
Good performance from the Kangaroos.
Most definitely.
Yeah, we thought they'd give a good account of themselves at their home ground. They certainly have.
I have another final. Warrandyte have won by 47 points, 13-9-87. Bulleen team, they fell away in that second half, 5-10-40.
So back in the middle again. Margin now out to 37 points. Donvale look to go forward to Jordovic. Run down by Tim De Geest. I don't know, Blake. I think he's been okay.
Yeah,
he is a standout.
Come alive in the last half.
Johnson dropped the mark.
It's just been quiet by his standards.
Zalak gets on the jets and moves forward from behind, getting a fist to that one. It's going to be a Scoresby free kick, and they're going to use the advantage. Traynor out to Hare. It's the famous long sleeves. Gets it forward, back to Traynor. Runs himself into trouble. And now through Tout, they link up. And from outside 50, almost the kick from Tommy Tout. There's that many Touts out there.
There's 3 of them.
But just missed with 17-9, 111 to Scoresby, 11-7-73.
Do you have a full-time score? The Waters are home, boys. 6-point winners.
Wow.
68 to Beaconsfield 62. That's a big one.
Good result.
So Brunning gets to mark here.
This will be manner to BWS's years. Doncaster East look home here. 13-7-85. Rowville 7-10-52.
It's been the 4 quarters, eh? Slow it down a little bit, Rowville. There's a mark taken. That was by Jordan Plant. He's looking for a min. And he gets to the man in the min. But again, that man in Mills is doing terrific things. I think he's been a solid contributor.
I've got him as best for mine. I think he's been the star player this afternoon, Mills.
Is the police here or the Ambos?
I keep hearing other whistles being blown as well.
I said they're looking for Wayne Brushy. He's over here.
Yeah.
Under the bus.
Hello. Whilst we got a quick moment, East Ringwood 12-14-86 look home against Vermont 7-7-49.
Thank you again, Barash, doing the scores and the special comments. Snap around the corner for this one, and it's through for a behind. So it moves the score to 17-9, 111 to Scoresby, 11-7-73.
So we're just about there for full time. I'd say Duncan for me with the 7 goals, hard to go past, but we'll have that discussion at the end of the game.
Oh, he's not out of my votes, I can tell you that much.
Taking the kick in. McCormack out of defence here for the Magpies.
Can I mention it? Are we allowed to?
Only Richmond scores. But
yeah,
so, yep.
Richmond 34 to Giants 6.
Good work.
Jeez.
That's what we want to hear. The Sting is truly out of this one. Get another ball up. So we did see this last year. We saw the Donvale Surrey Park game out at Surrey Park Reserve where Donvale did the number on him, and obviously it took them 4 attempts to finally get him. So Scoresby just got to take the learnings out of this one. As Camilleri earns himself a free kick.
Yeah,
just
right.
hard all day.
I reckon they will take learnings from this one. It feels like they got the chemistry right with the magnets at the end of the day. McBean in the midfield was a good move. Waldenreck down forward as well. Hare maybe shifting from your sort of half forward to half back line. It seems like Craig McKenzie has tried a few things in this game, and I don't think he'd be unhappy.
Well, with the second half, Jared, I think he'd be a lot more pleased with what they're with their output. Yeah.
So Mills' kick was smothered. Running onto that one, Del Rain went backwards. Got it off to Coulthard, who's already got 1.
He's got 2.
And he's got 2 now. Great finish in front of goal, and that moves Scoresby now out to 12-8-80. Trailing Donvale 17-9, 111. So a 31-point margin, I think, is pretty fair.
Yeah, I'll say so.
Assessment of the
They've
game.
taken this quarter.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was just the second quarter where they were really just, the game was taken away from them, and it was their inability to, hold possession of the ball, turnover game, and Donvale were able to score lots of goals and build a lead. But Scoresby since half time, they've been okay.
Yep, truly. But Donvale, this great footy club, been a real good team, made 3 straight grand finals in a row, and they could be there yet again as well. Don't want to do it too early, but they look like it.
Oh, well, they're definitely the favourite, but they've still got a little bit of work to do, I think, off the back of this second half.
They've got a few to come back in as well,
true.
as we mentioned. So, Rouser, of course, the big one. It's probably the best ruckman in the comp. We were saying Zach Haig as well to come in for Donvale.
Yeah, well, they look a completely different team with Haig's in the team.
Yeah. As they continue on their good ways, do Donvale, trying to slow it down. And again, Traynor just gets a soccer sort of drop punt. Traynor again, just with that nice little touch of the boot. And Otten again, he's playing a really good role for Donvale, and they can try to open him up here. Another soccer kick, of course. And a mark taken. That was by number 50 there in Jordan Plant. And he finds, no, almost. Snap around the corner. And it's free for him behind. So that goes to fine. So 12-10-82 to Donvale 17-9, 111. A-League Grand Final. So maybe that's why they're doing a lot of soccer kicks today, boys, for the big game.
Got your flares ready.
Yep, so City in victory, Ryan.
Yep, I hate soccer.
I bet they do too, but they get paid well.
Like, that's two things we know that Ryan doesn't like.
WWE soccer. Yeah.
No, I just don't think he likes wrestling, full stop, so we'll put that in.
Nil all draw.
I want to take him to Perth when it comes to WWE's coming to Perth.
I'm not buying plane tickets to go and watch that.
I might shout you, how about that?
Okay, we'll think about it.
Perth's a lovely place.
And you're paying his accommodation and all his food and drink as well.
No, not doing that, no.
Well,
I might,
then you can't take him.
Be careful with the drink part, as McCormack will cost you a fortune. McCormack here. Dangerous kick, and it's turned over McBean. Can they get a late one? Adam Amin's out the back. He can control this. He's still got possession of it. Gets past one, swings around, and puts it through for a behind. No goal. He's kicked it. Adam Amin's got number 5. A bit of theatre.
I thought he was just going to make it.
Game. Went the shrug, the Michael Jordan shrug to the crowd.
I thought he was going to.
Just that pirouette.
I thought he was going to make it.
He's got 5, and he's been very good today. He's just fought hard in that forward line all afternoon.
And he's pressured, but he's also finished off his work when it's been presented to him, particularly in the second half. So, there's a lot of credit to him, and he's really kept them in the contest. And they've fought this game out, Scoresby, so their second half, they can take that positive into next week and the weeks going forward. Donvale, they were very good in the first half, and there's been a bit of a drop-off after that.
As play resumes, I love a pause there, but Giles gets a kick. Sinisic, sorry. Give for Duncan. He does that. Step around the corner. And this one's going to go for another point. So what's that? I reckon that's 7 goals for Duncan. I've counted.
Yeah, you're so. Right. You're right on the money there, Blakey.
Yeah, so 11. Could have had a chance for 11 today, but I think he should have kicked 8.
Got a final at Jubilee.
Here we go.
Croydon 99-63, defeated Ringwood 6-9-45. In spite of we were right around a 70-50 game.
It was pretty much almost spot on.
So here goes Donvale again. Cut off this time. Camilleri got a bit of space in front of him. And Min's out the back. If he can get onto this one!
That's just class, isn't it?
Yeah. What a grab from Adam Min. Plays on and kicks goal number 6. Right on the siren, and really puts a bit of respectability onto the scoreboard, as the crowd certainly love it, as the final score now, Scoresby 14-9-93 to Donvale 17-10, 112. So really cut that back in the end, just a 19-point final margin. But in the end, Donvale too good this afternoon. They set that up after an impressive first half, boys. Yeah,
just this proud footy club of Donvale just prevailing really good here today. I thought it was pretty much a goal-kicking fest between the two big heavyweights in Adam Amin and Ethan Duncan as well. So great contest. What's your thoughts, boys? Donvale, I think we've got to put a money on there.
They're definitely number one seed. They're definitely number one seed at the moment, and they enjoy being on top of the ladder. But I think they can certainly got some work to do, particularly after what they put out there in the second half. They'd be a bit disappointed that they went through the motions a little bit, and they let Scoresby come back into the game. And Scoresby got to hand it to them. They fought the game out, And in the end, they were able to get the margin back to a respectable margin. So for them, bit of work to do as well, but they'll take a lot away from this game for when the two teams meet in the back half of the year.
Yeah, I think Spiders summarised that pretty well there. I think the game in terms of time, I think probably Donvale won probably about 80 minutes out of 120 and Scoresby 40.
And it was just the turnover game in the first half that ultimately cost Scoresby, their chance and opportunity to have any chance of winning the game. They just, like too many goals on turnover. It was 10 on turnover. I mean, that's just a huge amount.
Got a few finals in Premier if you want me to go with it. Well, I'm going with it then. East Ringwood have defeated Vermont 13-14-92 by 31 points. Vermont 9-7-61. Blackburn ended up winning by 50 points. Blackburn 16-15, 111, defeating Mitchum 9-7-61. They fell away in that second half. South Croydon, big win here. 15-15, 105, defeating Berwick 6-11-47. So a victory to South Croydon by 58 points. And I'm going to call this game because I think it's done and dusted. Doncaster East 13-8-86 will probably defeat Rowville 8-10-58.
It's a scalp. That's the one they wanted.
They needed it.
That is probably the one. Now, we've talked about Donny East playing finals this year, whether they can get themselves in there. That's a bit of a setback for Rowville.
Before you get into Div 1, just quite interesting. Both sides having a long discussion on the field. Sometimes one side does and the other doesn't, but clearly a few messages they want to get out before they head into the rooms.
Not only that, the fact that they're so close. They're like only about 10 or 15 metres away from each other.
Yeah, true. It's certainly love to hear what's going on over there. Jared is
just
waiting for
they're being respectful and hanging out.
That's good
out
work.
A bit, but
don't pull one of them away.
No. I tried to get Nathan Mill for a second, and he was quickly pulled away from me for the whatever messages are happening
here.
Can you get beef? I could.
Meanwhile, Oscar's having a shot on goal.
Please do. We've got the cameras on him.
No. Top. Oh, he's got the sausage. And it's completely wide.
Yes. Almost.
Whilst we've got a quieter moment, Bayswater, as we well know, won by 6 points, 10-8-68, defeating Beaconsfield 9-8-62. South Belgrave, a big win by 93 points, 19-18, 132. Mooroolbark 6-3, 39.
All right, let's go down boundary side.
All right, I got one bloke from each end of the ground for Donvale. I got Nathan Mill here and also Ethan Duncan. I'll start with you, Nathan. Obviously, a tough opponent today in Adam Amin, but we rated your game up here, and we rated the defence of Donvale overall as well. I just want to ask, what was the preparation going into today, knowing your opponent?
They like to chip the ball around a bit more. We know we probably had the speed on the outside against them, so we just wanted to pressure. It was all about pressure. Was the main topic of the week. If we could pressure them early, then they wouldn't be able to hit their kicks around the ground because they have a bit of size, so they use their marking ability and skills. So I think we were able to do that really well. It was probably just the second half we got a bit lazy and we let ourselves down, I think, a bit at the end. You heard me yelling. I was a bit grumpy, but I don't know why I'm getting an interview. I think I'd kicked six kicked on me, so I don't know why I'm getting spoken to, but Ethan won't be happy because I haven't helped him out in the comments.
Well, I do have one more question for you, Nathan. Max Orton, he's been with the club a couple of years now. How important is he in marshalling the defence?
It's his skills is probably the most important thing. I think it was that first quarter or second quarter, he really opens up. He hits kicks that not many other people, especially in Division 3, can hit. So he opens the game up, and he's just got to work on his fitness a bit because he went missing at the end there, I reckon.
Ethan, I'll move to you. Big year for you so far. Big game, of course. 8 goals. How have you seen your year thus far?
Look, it's been a good start, but look, I started well last year and sort of died in towards the end of the year. So I think, for me this year is just to keep my body fit and, continue strong towards, finals time. So I think that's when it really matters, to be honest. It doesn't really matter what you kick during the year. It's all about how you finish the year. So, yeah.
And Tony Weeks is the new coach. How have you found him slotting into Kevin Collins' old shoes?
Yeah, he's been good. He's been refreshing. Slightly different game plan, which I think we needed. A lot more emphasis on pressure, and I think you saw that today. We put them on a lot of pressure, and they turned it over quite a bit. So I think that's probably our plan throughout the rest of the year.
And just quickly, I was wondering what the message was here after the game, if you could give me a bit of an insight.
Oh, it was just more like finishing the game. We were up by 50 points at one stage, and to let them in, 3 goals towards the end, I think it's just more about, playing 4 quarters. I think we sort of just backed off in the last, 15, 20 minutes of the game. So.
All right, thanks, gents. I'll let you get in and celebrate the win.
Thanks there, Jared Beanland, down at the boundary level. We're going to go to a break here, and then when we're back, we're going to go over the awards and wrap up all the scores around the grounds. Donvale winners 17-10, 112 to Scoresby, 14-9, 93.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Donvale Reserve, Eastland match of the round. All wrapped up here. The Magpies of Donvale winning 17-10, 112 to Scoresby, 14-9, 93. And although the scoreline, if you've just joined us, seems like a pretty tight contest, in fact, it was Donvale at one stage winning this game by 51 points. And the Magpies certainly didn't give up and put a bit of respectability on the scoreboard in the second half. The major goal kickers, just go over the 2 big ones. Ethan Duncan kicked 7 for Donvale, and Adam Amin ended up with 6 for Scoresby. Let's do our goal of the day first. Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Blake, we'll start with you. Have you got any contenders that you were looking at? Was it
Duncan
couple?
was pretty. I'm going to go Murphy, snap around the corner, 1 foot. I think it was in the second or third quarter.
That was a good one.
Yeah, Murphy, yeah.
Chris Touts, I believe, also had another.
Tommy Tout.
A Tommy Tout, maybe?
Yeah.
I think Jordan Camilleri had a really good one in the second quarter as well.
Yep. Yeah, that was a big one. Anything else?
I actually like the one that Blake's gone for.
Yeah, I like a few of them. Yeah, there was
Murphy one.
All right, Murphy. Are we locking it in?
Probably Murphy, I'd say.
All right, Murphy, Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day award going his way. He's not unfamiliar with awards from the media team.
No, it's not.
And neither is the guy I think who's going to win the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground voucher.
You may as well pull out an old photo, Ryan.
Yeah, well, we can probably just use old photos for this one. Our 3-2-1s, we'll start with the boundary riders. Jared first, your 3-2-1 from today's game.
I think Scoresby deserved to have one in the votes, and I've given that one to Jordan Camilleri today with the one vote. Mihail Zalak, I reckon, with the 2 votes. I think he was pretty important around the stoppages all day for Donvale. And, of course, can't pass up giving 3 to the 8-goaler, Ethan Duncan.
Yep. Oscar, your 3-2-1 from the game.
Yeah, I've got Adam Amin for the 3. I've gone Duncan for 2. I think he ended up with 7, was it, at the end there? Yep. So, absolutely incredible stuff from him. And then 1 for Jordan Camilleri.
We'll go down to Matt Spider Lee.
Okay, gee, I've had to shuffle a few of these. So I'm going to go with 1 vote. I'm going to go with Matthew Trainer. I thought he played really well, particularly after half time when Scoresby came back into the game a little bit. I thought his third quarter was really important. I actually thought he played really well in the last quarter. I thought he was pretty consistent for the bulk of the day. He could have tossed a coin between himself and Camilleri, who was the best Scoresby player. You can say him in, but he always gets votes. And he kicked a lot of goals. He finished off a lot of the work, and his forward pressure was sensational. 2 votes. I think the most influential player for Donvale in terms of the midfield battle there. Yeah, I think you can't go past Zalek. I think he was terrific. And I think the 3 votes today, well, without question, when you kick a bag of goals, Ethan Duncan has to be the best player on the ground.
Yep.
Wayne Brasher.
1 to Amin, 2 to Camilleri, and 3 to Duncan.
Yep. So it looks like Duncan's the clear standout. I've gone Adam Amin. He gets the 1 vote for me. And I thought Harrison Guy was pretty good.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
So I gave him the 2 votes. And then Ethan Duncan, clear standout with that. So he definitely takes on the sports go. He had... I've got this mass right now.
Hey, I've got mine too. I just want to add
mine.
Another 3 to Duncan. Yep. I've gone 2 to Amin with the 6 goals and 1 for Zalek as well.
Yep. So Duncan.
All right, now this is big for you because last week it was a royal
so
stuff
3, 5, 8, 11, 14, and of course, so 17 votes for Ethan Duncan there.
That's
so
enough.
he walks away with the Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. He's got a few of them, surely.
I'd have to say he's probably got a few vouchers.
He can probably get some good
around.
boots or nice jackets or I've been at Sportsco.
There's plenty of good stuff at Sportsco Eastland. Get down there.
Surely they're using them when they get them though. They're not just holding them for a few years.
Just banking them up.
I was going to say, if you're someone like Nick Murphy and playing for a team like Donvale, who was always going to get broadcast games, maybe you roll the dice and back.
According to ACCC rules, you can vouchers are there's no expiry on them apparently. So
there we go. Maybe he's read the fine print.
He knows about it.
Donvale game and knows. All right, I'll wait till later in the year and I can then use $100 once we get both all tallied up. Let's go around the grounds with some of those scores. Starting at the top with Premier Division, a couple of big results and one at Seabeck.
We have Doncaster East have won by 28 points. Doncaster East 13-8-86, defeating Rowville 8-10-58. East Ringwood winners by 31 points over Vermont. East Ringwood 13-14-92, Vermont 9-7-61. So the Eagles were competitive for most of the afternoon.
They hung in there, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Blackburn end up winning quite comfortably by 50 points over Mitchum, 16-15, 111 to Mitchum, 9-7-61. And after a blistering first half, South Croydon won by 58 points, 15-15, 105 to Berwick, 6-11-47. Let's get into Division 1. In Division 1, we've got the big upset, Bayswater 10-8-68, beating Beaconsfield 9-8-62. Another huge win by 93 points for South Belgrave, 19-18, 132. Mooroolbark 6-3-39. There's a lot of hurt there for Mooroolbark at the moment. North Ringwood won by 33 points, 13-6-84, defeating Montrose 7-9-51.
Can that get their season going? I mean, we've spoken about it, so that win could that.
What was that? It was 33 points.
Moving on, please, Brush.
Away from home too.
And Boronia was still going here, but Boronia are 92 points up over Norwood, 21-15, 141. Norwood 7-7-49. Let's move on to Division 2, where we have Croydon 9-9-63 defeating Ringwood 6-9-45 by 18 points. In the end, Templestowe overcome East Burwood, who played probably pretty well this afternoon, 12-13-85 to East Burwood 9-4-58. So Tempe get home by 27. Heathmont get win number 2 by 48 points over Lilydale, 13-8-86 to Lilydale, 5-8-38. In the end, One Turner South have outlasted Mulgrave to win by 26 points. One Turner South 16-14, 110, defeating Mulgrave 12-12-84. And in a grandstand finish, Surrey Park have got up by 2
Where's
points.
Josh Ward?
Surrey Park 14-11-95 have pipped Waverley Blues 13-15.
They led all day too.
93. What a heartbreaking loss that is for the Waverley Blues. Let's move to Division 3, where Knox 14-8-92 won by 27 points over the Basin, 8-17-65. Here at Donvale, we had Donvale 17-10 win by 19 points over Scoresby, 14-9-93. Oakley Districts have recorded a victory, their second victory in a row, with a win over Fair Park, 11-10-76. Fair Park 9-8-62. Upper Gully with a big 81-point victory over Coldstream. Upper Gully 18-13, 121, defeated Coldstream 5-10-40. And Sylvan are big winners here. They've taken down Ferntree Gully, and it was that banana peel game for the Gully, and they've gone down by 27 points. Sylvan 16-8, 104. Ferntree Gully 12-5, 77. And finally, Ryan, in Division 4, we've got Churnside 13-15-93 defeated Emlock 13-7-85. So the Cougars get home by 8 points. Big win for Kilsyth by 86 points over Forest Hills. Kilsyth 18-12, 120 defeated Forest Hills 5-4-34. And Warrandyte with a big second half have overcome Bulleen Templestowe by 47 points. Warrandyte 13-9-87 defeating Bulleen Templestowe 5-10-40.
Thank you, Brash. Quite a few interesting results. I think the biggest of the round is that Bayswater one.
That's the one that sticks out, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's massive. And, we might have to clip up your clip that they might go goalless this afternoon. It's a big surprise, and particularly down at Home Park Reserve too.
Yeah,
tough place to win it.
Big props to Bayswater. I'd love to say sort of like the goal breakdown and how they ended up actually managing that, and very interesting questions asked of Beaconsfield now.
Yeah, certainly. That's one game we didn't expect them to lose. They've got Park Orchards next week too, coming off a bye, so a bit of a challenge for them to bounce back. Or in fact, that is 2 weeks' time. Of course, King's birthday weekend next week, which means the only games we've got played is the remaining games in Division 3, minus the Coldstream Sylvan game that was pushed forward to round 0. And then, of course, Baldwin versus Noble Park, the traditional King's birthday clash out at Baldwin Park next Saturday. But across the board, some fascinating results. Croydon North Emlock's another good talking point too, which we can talk about in the podcast tomorrow. Very competitive against Churnside Park, and a much better performance for them. A lot to look at.
A big win for North Ringwood coming off the bye too.
Yeah. What was the score of that one again? Sorry.
It's North Ringwood 13.
We've heard it enough.
13-6-84. Montrose 7-9-51. Well, you came back in the end, Blake.
We did, but
that's a good effort.
Sorry, I shouldn't say we, but no, that's just disappointing. I'm sorry, especially. at home with the Manchester.
That's real fair.
Where does that put them now?
They've gone down backwards now after losing that. They might feature on the show that I do.
Do you have the courage to put Ezzy in the furnace?
I'm happy to, because that's a disappointing performance by Montrose, and I'm not happy with that performance.
And finally, Ryan, we do now have a final from the Boronia-Norwood game. Boronia 21-15, 141. Norwood 7-7-49.
Yeah, thank you, Blake. As we're starting to wrap things up here, of course, this game, Spider, it was an interesting game when you reflect back on it. Obviously, Donvale were the clear standout when they were 51 points out and looked like they were going to put the game to bed, and it ended up being quite a close finish in the end. But they can take a lot out of it. Scoresby, the way they fought back, and Donvale, despite maybe being a little bit disappointed with the way they finished it, still, they win a top-of-the-table clash and, at their best, looked very, very, very dangerous.
Oh, yeah, look, their first half was exceptional, Donvale. You've got to give them full credit the way they played. They physically worked Scoresby over. They tackled really strongly. And then their ball use in the first half was really important in terms of the result of the game, and they put the score on the board early and really put Scoresby on the back foot. But you've got to hand it to Scoresby. After half-time, they really went to work and addressed some of the key issues where they were breaking down in the first half, and they fought their way back in the second half and gave themselves a chance late in the game and to get within a margin. So in the end, they've got it there to 19 points. They'll take away some positives from the game, and when they meet later in the year, they'll be able to put them into practice. So look, for both teams, both teams have got something out of this match. So I think we're going to see these two teams play a couple of quality games before the end of the season.
Yeah, do you reckon Scoresby would see themselves a chance against Donvale in a grand final this year?
Yeah, I think on a big ground. Absolutely, I do. I think on a big ground, if they can get their ball movement going as what they did in that second half, their transition game was okay. It was just the first half. The turnover game and they were punished on the scoreboard. Like there was 10 goals from turnover.
Yeah, that's right. And Spider, your mate, the power forward from Boronia, Ben Robertson, kicked 5 today, mate.
That's good. No, I'm glad that he stood up, but we need him to do it in the big games against some.
Yeah, that's right. That will be the big test. We'll start to wrap things up here. Also, congratulations to Davis Harrigan. Game number 500, I think.
Fish, here we go.
Out at Blackburn, Mitchum, so we'll get the snaps from
Did he run through a banner?
No, I asked him that today. I saw him at Blackburn and he said no.
He's given some
on this week.
On our WhatsApp group. He's given plenty of score updates, including a few bang-bangs from one of the players out there.
There wouldn't be too many. There wouldn't be too many
Brisbane Lions.
There wouldn't be too many people that know Davis anyway.
Yeah, well, he does a great job.
He used to be on the team. He used to call with us years ago, many years ago.
All right, we'll start to wrap things up here. Thank you to both Oscar and Jared down on the boundary line, doing a great job.
Thank you very much, Ryan.
Cheers, Ryan.
Pleasure to be here.
Blake Tennant sitting alongside me in the call
great
chair.
first call of senior footy, Blake, for the season.
Yeah, hopefully plenty more potentially, but looking forward to hearing some results and
We'll see you tomorrow for the weekend recovery. Going to be a big episode, as you said last week. Can't wait for it. There's Wayne Brasher and Matt Spiderley. Both thank you again for your work. In the
great
special
to have been a part of it.
Of course, Megan Green doing a fantastic job with the camera work for both senior men's and senior women's game. And, of course, Lee Green in the van with the audio and the whole setup with everything involved with LKL and media. That's it for us at Donvale Reserve. At Donvale 17-10, 112, defeating Scoresby 14-9, 93.